And we are all set, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council's public hearing regarding the town manager's budget. Today is Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. If you would please rise if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to provide an opportunity for interested electors and/or taxpayers to express their views regarding the town manager's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024. We're going to begin by having Mr. Krapinski do a presentation on his budget so that the public has all of the information that they may need. And if there are questions or comments after that, we'll go ahead and move to public input on that presentation. Mr. Krapinski, the stage is yours.
I thank you. So we'll start with the publication of the legal notice as required under our charter. That was placed in the rare reminder on Thursday, March the 9th. So we'll get started with our public hearing for tonight. This is one of two public hearings that we will be holding on the budget. One is mine, one is the town council's proposed budget. We'll give you an overview of anticipated revenues from major sources, any proposed expenditures by the department, and the amount of funding that will be utilized to raise by taxes to complete our budget. First conditions will be the budget schedule that will be following. We are in today's meeting, specifically March 14th. The budget hearing is taking place first, and part of our regular meeting this evening, we will take up our first look at the individual departments. On March 25th, we will hold a special meeting on a Saturday morning beginning at 9 a.m. That usually is our very engrossing CIP, equipment reserve, budget, a lot of the insurances and those things. Again, we will hold our regular meeting on March 28th. That will be a continuation of our budget review, and that will be the night that you will set your tentative budget, at which the town council will hold its public hearing on April the 4th. At that point, we will then move to April 18th, which will be the special meeting and hopefully the ultimate adoption of the town council's final budget for the 23-24 fiscal year. So, as part of this budget, we are looking at appropriations for the upcoming year. We have an increase overall of $5,771,000, and with $40 million of that going towards the town government. $81 million proposed for the Board of Education. We're looking at about $4.9 million relative to our MDC costs. We're looking at about $3.4 million on our debt service. And we're looking at about $9.3 million regarding our CIP. And then last but not least is our employee leave fund, which is about $54,000. Here's a historical overview of our appropriations over the past 6 years. Starting in 2019, we had about just under a 2.5% increase. Our highest point other than in this current year was in 2020. We reduced down to a 1.5% overall increase in 2021. 2022, little over 2.5%. 23, we were at about 3.5%. And in this year, we are at a 4.3% proposed at this moment. As we all know, most of those are due to inflation indicators. Key points we should look at as we're going into this budget. Of course, right now, we're not proposing any new initiatives for the town council at this time. We have already approved a contract. This actually is the police contract, which has a continuing wage increase over the life of their contract through June of 2026 of 2.25%. We are currently in negotiations at this moment with the ASME contract for a wage reopener that was in year 4 of their contract. We will be meeting with them through a mediator as of March the 20th. Hopefully we will have those numbers completed and be able to supply them to you prior to the adoption of the budget itself. Additionally, we see our increases in cost for software maintenance. This relates to the IT department on their licensing and maintenance costs. Our employee benefits are due to higher than usual employee costs and contributions to our existing pension plans. Personnel changes this year, we've got a few of those. We are looking at completely funding the deputy assessor position. That position has actually been in a part-time position, I should say, not partial, with the former deputy assessor filling in at this time. With her proposing to retire as of June 30th, we do want to make sure that we are able to bring that department back up to full strength. They'll have 1 year before they begin reval again, so we do want to make sure that department is whole. Additionally, we are looking at restoring funding for the police department for an additional officer as well for them, and that position would be starting in January. We are still having difficulties through the entire last year being able to bring them up to full strength. So right now we do have 5 openings. We do have some promotions they need to do as well. Additionally, there was an unfunded position as part of the library, and we are proposing to fill that position finally, I believe, after 2 years. We do have some positives to this, though. Our medical costs are down. I'm sorry, inflation for parts and materials, I'm sorry. As everybody knows out there, inflation for fuel, for vehicle parts, for home building parts, all of those costs have increased, although we have tried to keep those costs under control. I will say that I'm very happy to report that our building facilities director was actually able to bring in a decrease in his budget, which says something to where we're at and where we've been moving as part of our Owens report. So that is one thing that we are very happy to report on. Medical costs, again, remain flat this year, just as we have in previous years. We are able to restore funding that we are getting back into that account to keep it stable. And then, as I said, medical expenses, which I got ahead of myself. It was out of order in my list, sorry. And then last but not least, that decrease in facility expenses, we're starting to see some of the benefits of a much more energy efficient building. And as we start to bring on board the solar improvements that we've put in place throughout the town and in the school system, we hope to realize a lot more reductions in expenses overall. Over the next year, a 5-year plan, technically, these are our proposals going into this current year. You'll actually be receiving this prior to the March 25th. I'm jumping into April already. These are ironically 2 pages worth of projects. Most of these are ones that you are familiar with that we tend to fund each year, similar to the road resurfacing. We've got a few in here that are requirements in order to replace old technology, such as the police car dashboard cameras. We do have some new ones as well, such as the fire department PPE that they're required to replace after 10 years. So you'll see a variety of different projects. We went through a vetting process with each of those departments to determine the highest priority for them without going outside of our normal 5-year plan. So traffic signal reserves and our sidewalk curbs, those all tie into our improvements that we will be making over the next year in roadways. We've actually had the benefit, and Mr. Hillman will speak about that on the 25th, that they've actually had such a wonderful fall, they were actually able to get ahead of some of those curb ramps. So as those projects begin in the next budget season, or with any funding they may have left over in the spring, they'll be able to get some roadways done without having to go in and do that work first. Capital improvements for the school. We have 3 proposals that we are bringing forward at this point. I did receive another one from them, but that one we did determine is a bonding project overall. So we would be looking at our standard allocation to the public school CIP account, which is $125,000. They are requesting replacement of, I believe this was for 3 buses at $488,000, and then school security, school entrances security for $200,000. Our estimated revenue. So for our $140 million budget, we'll be looking at specific sources of revenue to offset. First one for that is our prorated property and real estate and prior year taxes, interest and liens, which accounts to about $1.9 million. Second is our municipal aid funding from the state. This ties in at about just under 24 million. Last year we budgeted for 21.9, so we do have a little bit extra, $0.3 million that we are receiving from the state in addition this year. Any money that comes through is always a benefit. We're expecting to raise about $2 million from locally generated revenues, such as interest earnings, charges for services, licenses, permitting fees. It doesn't seem like much, but any little bit does help. In this budget year, as well as we have done in previous years, we are proposing to apply $2.9 million of our general fund in to offset the tax increase itself. This is $76,000 less than we applied last year. And then, of course, the brunt of it all, the largest part comes from our motor vehicle and property tax levy, which is a total of just under $110 million. Based upon these estimated revenues, one of those issues being that the state chose to limit our mill rate on our motor vehicles to a 32.46. You will notice as we get into our booklet that while you may have seen an increase overall, the grand list dropped. And those two pieces are what offset each other. We received that funding directly from the state in the following year, and we'll address the impact to the residents shortly. Unfortunately, at this point, that tax revenue from the motor vehicles is still capped. I have seen a few bills that have gone through the legislature. I haven't had a chance to review the language or where they're going with it. I'm hoping that they'll be finding ways in which they can improve the application to the town to make sure we are made whole. Major challenges that we're looking at. So, of course, market conditions are always an issue. Inflation, as we spoke about earlier, building cost, fuel, we're all seeing that in our own pockets at home, and we are seeing that as well on a large scale as part of the municipality. We also had an increase in our cost to our pension plans of approximately $325,000. The largest part of that was nothing that we could do. Market is what drives us, and unfortunately, it was not a good market overall. We are looking at an approximate increase in that amount of about $522,000. The grand list minus our total motor vehicles, which have that cap, brought us down $4.2 million from last year. And with the growth, sorry, I'm getting out of place here. The grand list minus the total motor vehicles, which have a mill cap from the state, are down $4.2 million from last year. The motor vehicle grand list was up due to that mill rate cap, but we don't see that increased revenue until the following year. Sorry. Additionally, infrastructure is proposed in this budget to increase by about $505,000. This will handle the bonding that we'll be taking out in May of this year for our first round bonding for Anna Reynolds project. Overall, that cost, sorry, that wasn't supposed to come in. Overall, that cost is about $891,000 overall that increases in our debt service. For the past few years, we have not funded all of our positions. We decreased one part-time to help balance budgets in the previous years. So as I discussed earlier, the library, the police department, and the assessor's office we are looking to restore those positions to full levels and give them back the same service that they had in previous years. Also, in regards to that police department position that we had discussed about adding an additional officer, the total cost overall for that would be about $240,000 for those positions. State aid, overall, we see a $1.4 million increase. As you can see, under adult education, we're getting about $6,000. Education cost sharing increased by $875,000. The tiered pilot funds by 13. Motor vehicle tax, we saw an increase of 330,000. Grants for municipal projects of 200,000 to come to our $1.4 million increase. Attributable items to our mill rate increase. So first off is, of course, our town appropriation side. Right now, we have proposed a $1.7 million increase on the town side based upon a review and discussion of all the departments and their proposed programming that was supplied. On the school side, while they did come in with a proposal of a $5.2 million increase, I did cut that back to a $2.8 million increase overall, trying to bring that in line with the town side, which we attempted to cap at 3.5%. Unfortunately, we did have a calculation issue, which increased ours slightly. We are looking for reductions where possible. I'm sorry, that's the school appropriation. Revenue reduction, with the majority of which was reducing the grand lift, which was offset by increase in the state aid. That did decrease by $1.4 million. Our debt services, that will increase by $867,000 overall. We are seeing a small increase in the CIP, and unfortunately that is not showing well on my screen, but that is about, where is that? Can't see it. 501,000. Altogether, with our non-tax revenue reduction of $1.6 million and with our motor vehicle increase, right now we're equating our overall increase to about 1.35%. So currently, we're attributing a full increase of $3.2 million for the budget itself. Town appropriation side, as I said, was about 1.6 million, 1.7 million. School appropriations of just under 2.8 million. Debt services, 867,000. And then our CIP, MDC costs, and any miscellaneous costs totaling 483,000. Non-tax revenue is where we saw our decrease, which was 1.6 million. And that is made up of service charges from the town, the state aid, general fund balance applied, which offsets our increase in appropriations. And then finally, the motor vehicle tax revenue, we're seeing that increasing by 938. I'm not sure why that's in a negative. We're seeing that as an increase of $938,000. We will correct that slide. And then overall for the average resident, I'll start with motor vehicle. There will be no change to motor vehicles because that is simply capped at the 32.46 rate. So if their motor vehicle was assessed at $12.1 million last year, it will be still assessed at that amount, and their taxes on it would be $393. On our proposal of our increased change, currently home on our average for Newington assessed at $149,676. Previous tax year saw an amount of $5,761. In this proposed tax budget, we see a 3.5% increase, or an increase of $202 overall. And with that, I will ensure that our IT department and any questions that are brought out either during our public hearing session now or during our regular meeting this evening will be taken down, responded to by individual, and placed on our website, so people do have the ability to review those questions if they are looking for any answers. Beyond that, that is all I have for this evening, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will open it up now for public participation. This is the public hearing so that the public may let us know how they feel about what's been presented this evening, or if they have suggestions or thoughts about it. Any member of the public may participate. We do have a 3-minute time limit. If you're, well, everyone's in the Zoom application, so that's not an if this evening. If you are using the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the public participation window. If you are calling in on a phone, *9 will do the same function for you so that we know you want to be recognized. There is a bar on the screen at the bottom. You'll see that 3 to 0. That'll give you an idea of where you are in your time limit. And I will go to the first person on the screen. The screen says Jacob Knowlton. James, can you make me a co-host?
Oh, I didn't, did I?
I don't think so.
No. Make a co-host. There you are.
All right, Jacob Knowlton disappeared. So we're going to go to the next caller, which is Chris Riley.
Yeah, he dropped down. There we go.
Hi. I just can you hear me okay?
We can. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. I'm Chris Riley. I'm at 169 Forest Drive. And I just had a couple of questions. I noticed on your chart that you had about a decrease with the non-tax revenue, but when you showed the chart going 2022 to 23 and then 23 to 24, it looked like it was actually an increase. I was just trying to wonder why you were showing like a negative number there.
All right. We do typically not participate back and forth during public participation. We give you an opportunity to pose your questions, and then we can certainly address those perhaps in the regular meeting.
All right. That's fine. So that's just one of my questions, I guess, that you can follow up on. And then I guess another is just that school appropriation. Is that related to the budget that I know the BOE is going to be presenting later, if I understand right. So those were just really kind of my two questions. I didn't really have anything else to say from what you presented. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
You're welcome.
And the next caller is Jacob Knowlton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I was just, I guess this kind of.
Can you do me a favor and just state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, you might hear children in the background, but name is Jacob Knowlton. I live on 10 Hillside Street. And I was kind of wondering, I guess this warrants back and forth, so maybe you could just get back to me on this. But I saw that revisions to the zoning code was going to occur. And I was just kind of wondering what that process looks like, and when that happens, if there's public outreach or kind of the entire process that goes on in Newington. But that's pretty much it. Besides that, I just had some concerns with adding more positions for like the officers, and I'm trying to get a better handle on seeing how we need those, or why we need more officers. It doesn't seem like there's too much conflict in town, but I was wondering if someone might be able to get back to me as to why that decision was made. And besides that, looks pretty good. I appreciate the graphics. So that was pretty amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm just going to give it a minute. I don't see any other hands up yet. All right, I don't see any hands up. James, do you want to respond to those couple of questions really quickly, or would you rather just reach out to those folks later on?
No, I'm happy to respond to them. Yeah, the budget this evening, Mr. Riley, the school appropriation, that will be taken up under our regular meeting under new business. So they'll be presenting what had been presented directly to the Board of Education on March, I think it was March 13th. No, February. It was in February when they presented theirs directly, and then they've made some revisions since, but you'll be able to get an update from the superintendent this evening. I know she does have a presentation that she's put together. I believe on that negative revenue, that was the offset that we applied directly that we received from the state. That's something that I actually see from the town clerk's side. We budget for a specific amount, and what we pay out of that reduces that funding. But I can actually ask the Director of Finance to address that later on in the meeting as well. Regarding the zoning code revisions, Mr. Knowlton, that one, as the TPZ begins to take up any revisions to that, they will hold public hearings on any sections that they choose to revise, or they may take it up as a full document. You can always find those on our website. If you do choose to, if you go to newingtonct.gov, create an account on there, you can sign up for direct notifications. As soon as they post any agendas, meetings, minutes, any of that, you'll get a notification on that and be made aware of what's happening. And we have had that conversation in the police department with the police officer on his necessary staffing. Right now, we are primarily staffing for patrol officers. We actually have about 4 promotions that have not been done due to the low levels of staffing and our difficulties in finding officers. So we do have 4 that are currently in our in the training. One that will be coming out in April. The others won't be coming out until August. And then after that time period, they still take another 3 months of field training before they're ready to be on patrol on their own. So there are some issues that we have been trying to fix over the past couple of years. It has been a very difficult recruitment process. But if you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer those at any time. Please feel free to give my office a call, 860-665-8510.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
I do not see any other hands up this evening, so we will, at this point, we'll go into recess. We are going to have another public hearing at 6:45, correct, James? We have to wait until 6:45 for that?
That is correct.
So at 6:45 p.m., we will have a public hearing regarding the Newington Town Code Amendment, Chapter 8, Commission on Aging and Disabled. That's to discuss the membership for that commission. And then following that, we will go into our regularly scheduled town council meeting at 7 p.m. or immediately following the 6:45 public hearing. If there were a lot of participation, we might be a little bit late.
No earlier than 7 o'clock, though.
Okay. We do not need a motion to adjourn during a public hearing, correct? Or do we?
Not necessary. No, just call the meeting and the public hearing adjourned.
All right, public hearing stands adjourned at 6:30 p.m. and we will see you in about 15 minutes.
Everybody can stay on this link. We will not be jumping links. So this will run through for both public hearings as well as the regular meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you,
welcome.
everyone.
My apologies. It appears that my slides want to have a mind of their own and transition on their own.
I was gonna say, we didn't even call to order yet. It can't be over.
I know. I went to move it so the main slide was up there to begin with, and it doesn't want to stay.
Okay, I have 6:45. Counselors, are you there? I see Mitch, I see Carol,
I'm here. I'm here.
Deal. All
Yeah,
right,
I'm
we have a
here.
quorum.
Yeah, looks like we have everyone.
Okay,
So it's going to transition on you fast. I can't do anything about it. It just wants to do it on its own.
that's okay. All right, folks, we're gonna call to order the public hearing regarding the Newington Town Code Amendment, Chapter 8, Commission on Aging and Disabled. Today is Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. We're calling to order at 6:45 p.m. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to provide an opportunity for interested individuals to express their views regarding the proposed ordinance amendment to Chapter 8, Article 4, Environmental Quality Commission. Just
Nope,
a little
that's not-
background knowledge.
That's
What?
not right.
Oh,
That
that's
should
the
say
wrong
Commission
slide on the
Aging.
screen. I'm sorry, and I've got it in my hand. Proposed
know
amendment
how I
to
pulled
Chapter
that.
8. We're talking about the proposed amendment to Chapter 8, Commission on Aging and Disabled. I apologize for that. During the charter revision process, the Commission on Aging and Disabled had brought forward to us the idea of decreasing their membership from 9 to 7 members. They had been having some difficulty having quorums and being able to hold their meetings on a regular basis. And so they had made this request. And so the council is now considering this and will be looking to possibly take action later this evening in our regular meeting. It is on our agenda. But we do have this open for public participation at this point. Any member of the public may participate. In the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the public participants window, or if you're dialing in on Zoom using your phone, you can do *9 to be recognized. We'll just give it a minute to see if anyone wants to weigh in. All right, I do not see any members of the public raising their hand at this point. So we will close the public hearing at 6:48 p.m. And counselors, we will be using this link for our next meeting, which will start in approximately 12 minutes. See you then.
Thanks.
James, disregard my question about moving me over as a panelist. I'm all set.
Yeah, we saw you on the other side.
Is that like a John Edwards thing?
Oh, I haven't heard anybody calling out John Edwards in a long time.
No, he did an interview with NCTV about a month ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I remember watching him on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah, he didn't even talk about the psychic stuff. He's doing a book and pretty interesting guy.
Nice.
Whoops.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to call to order. Okay. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council regular meeting of Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 7 p.m. If you would please rise if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Nobody unmuted. I had to have a solo there. That's a little crazy.
Hey, I was there.
Okay, all right. All right, we're moving on now to begin our agenda. We'll start with the roll call.
Counselor Anist,
He is here.
Deputy Mayor Budrako,
Here.
Counselor Camillo,
Here.
Counselor Donahue,
Here.
Counselor Mankey,
Here.
Counselor Nagel,
Here.
Counselor Page,
Here.
Counselor Rada,
Here.
Mayor Del Buno.
Here.
Thank you.
Susan, you heard Carol. She unmuted.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item this evening is approval of the agenda. Counselor Mankey, we have one change, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to take item 5B off, and we can reschedule it for a later date, maybe April 4th. This is a volunteer of the year. I'd like to do it when we get Mr. Stoddard out in person to receive his award.
Okay. Any other changes?
That's it.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Counselor Page. Any discussion on this one? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are on now to presentations, and with us this evening, we are introducing Paul Dixon, our new town planner. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Kropinski.
I'm very excited to introduce Paul to you. He comes to us the same place that Renata did, which was Meriden. He has worked in planner field for 7 years, director of development in Meriden. He jumped in feet first, took over our trails grant so quickly, didn't miss a beat on it. We got that application in perfectly on time. I credit him with getting all that information together, even with surrounding towns. So I think he's around here somewhere, hiding.
Yes, I'm here.
There he is.
There you are. Welcome, Paul.
All yours, Paul.
I know
Thank
we
you.
got to meet you in an executive session, but the public hasn't had a chance. So we wanted to make sure and give you a chance to introduce yourself and say hello.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council, for having me. It's a pleasure to join the team at Newington. As noted, I was most recently in the city of Meriden for a little under 7 years, where I served as a planner and also the director of planning, development, and enforcement. As you might know from Renata, when she introduced herself, it's the planning department, it's the building department, and the housing department as well. So I've been there for the last about 7 years. Prior to that, I actually worked for the Town of Groton Planning Department, Development Enforcement, actually OPDS, Office of Planning and Development Services. So in that role, I actually worked on streetscape projects. Of course, I worked on enforcement of regulations, and I had a lot of chances to work across all the different departments in OPDS and get a lot of different experience and exposure to projects. My background is in landscape architecture, degree, and geography, with some minor concentrations looking at historic preservation as well, are some of my interests. Other than professional, I'm an avid outdoors person. When you go to kayaking, fishing, biking, I'll be out there on the trails. And actually, I look forward to making more trails for Newington that I can actually use as well.
Great. I'm sure Deputy Mayor Bedrejko's happy to hear that.
Exactly, exactly.
All right. Well, we're very pleased that you were willing and decided to join Newington as part of our group, and we're very pleased to have you. And so far, I know James can't say enough positives about you, which is great. And it's great to have you on board. And you know, we're here for you if you need any help or support with anything. Obviously, James is your go-to, but we're here too. You let us know, and we're always here to support our town employees. So, Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yeah, Paul, we didn't really get a chance to talk at the executive session, but heard you talk at the zoning, the TPZ meeting and information regarding the trails grant. Both, I'm like really pleased to see in your background that you are very interested in landscaping, because we are trying to get some beautification done throughout the town. And the zoning, looking at the Newington Junction area, I'm assuming you're also aware that we're trying to develop, speaking of a little trail, a historic loop trail, because there's historic homes there. We got a grant for kind of study and development, but I hope, I was actually going to give you a call and just hope that that's going to be kept in mind as you look at the zoning issues regarding the Newington Junction area. So I'm pleased to see that that is one of your personal interests, and hope that you can translate it to the town. And welcome.
Thank you very much, and please feel free to give me a call. I'm happy to talk about it. And as part of the Trails Grant, we did highlight actually the historic loop trail as part of it. And when I'm talking to, I actually met with the bike ped group for Krog today. Who are talking about, you know, projects that are going on throughout the region. And that's something that I always pitch in there as well, because that is part and parcel of it, because it is a step along, you know, a stop along the way. It's a destination in itself.
Super, thanks.
Wonderful. Any other council comment? All right. Well, thank you, Paul. It's great to have you on board.
All right, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to continue on now. Next this evening is proclamations and awards.
Hi,
And
Paul.
we do have before us a proclamation for the retirement of Officer Jamie DeSimone, our community service officer. So I don't believe she's with us this evening, correct, James?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and read this in and make sure that she receives this in a suitable form. Proclamation. Whereas Jamie DeSimone was hired as a police officer for the town of Newington on March 15th, 2005. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was appointed as a field training officer on July 14th, 2009. And whereas on October 19th, 2009, Jamie DeSimone was transferred to Detective Division DEA. And whereas on October 27th, 2010, Jamie DeSimone was transferred to Support Services CSO. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was appointed crisis negotiator on March 22nd, 2012. And whereas on January 25th, 2016, Officer Jamie DeSimone was appointed peer contact. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone transferred to Patrol Division in July 2018. And whereas in August 2019, Officer Jamie DeSimone transferred back to Support Services CSO. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was awarded a written commendation in June of 2008 and a letter of recognition in March of 2009. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was awarded Outstanding Performance Arrest Investigation of the Month in July 2009 and July 2010, and was awarded Arrest of the Month in February 2013. And whereas in June of 2016, Officer Jamie DeSimone was awarded a letter of recognition for putting together a week-long youth police academy. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was awarded the Newington Chamber of Commerce Public Safety Award in June of 2017. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone is the founder and organizer of the Newington Police National Night Out event that started in 2017. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone was awarded the Excellence in Policing citation in May 2019 and received recognition as the Rape Aggression Defense Systems RAD course facilitator. And whereas Officer Jamie DeSimone received various letters and thank you notes of appreciation from residents, Newington Human Services, Newington Chamber of Commerce, Elizabeth Green Elementary School, Special Olympics, Vernon, Rocky Hill, and Simsbury Police Departments, church organizations, and GFWC Weathersfield Women's Club. And whereas, after 18 years of service, Officer Jamie DeSimone will be retiring from the Newington Police Department on March 15th, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Officer Jamie DeSimone for her professional service and dedication to the town, and wishes her the best in her retirement. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 14th day of March, 2023, signed myself, Beth Del Buono, Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Anist. I'll open it for discussion. Deputy Mayor Badrejko?
Yes, even though Jamie's not listening, I just want to say a few words. Ever since I can remember, she's been the face of the police department to the community. And I want to congratulate her on those 18 years for her service, and particularly her efforts to really build a bridge between the police department and the community and improve relations between those two entities. Just in the proclamation, organizing the National Night Out, the RAD, the Youth Police Academy, the letters of commendation she got from very diverse entities such as the Chamber of Commerce, the schools, the Special Olympics. So I certainly hope that she's going to enjoy retirement. I'm sure there's a lot more, in her second phase of her career. But she should be proud of the work that she did in the town of Newington, and she made a difference.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Badrejko. Councilor Menke?
Yeah, I would just echo that. I would wish her well in her retirement and thank you for her service to the town.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? I would just like to extend my sincere appreciation and congratulations to Jamie. I think Gail said this as well, but when I think of Newington Police, she really has been the face of that organization for so long. I think every public event that you go to and she's there, you see members of the public, hey, Officer Jamie, hey, people going up, giving her hugs, and just glad to see her at every event. And she really has done an incredible job of building connections between our community and our police department. And that is so very important, especially in these crazy times that we're living through right now. So I really wish Jamie the very best in her retirement. I'm sure she'll move on and do some other wonderful and great things, hopefully still touching our town in some way, shape, or form. But I wish you the very best, Jamie. Okay. There are no other hands, so we'll continue on. And James, you'll make sure that she receives that proclamation. Oh, you're muted. Gotcha.
Not used to doing this anymore. Just need to finish the motion.
Oh, thank you.
No, wait,
Because I do that all the time. We have a motion, we have a second, we had discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for keeping me honest.
What I'm here for.
All right, next this evening is public participation. We have first public comment. Any member of the public may participate. We do have a 3-minute time limit. You'll see at the bottom of the screen, there is a bar that goes across. That 3 to 0 will give you an idea of where you are in your time limit. And we do ask that you state your name and address for the record. If you are participating in the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the public participation window, or if you are dialing in on your phone, you can use *9 in order to raise your hand so that we know you want to be recognized. So let me just click on over to that other window. And our first speaker this evening is John Suslarski.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, councilors, James. You really don't have an easy job, especially at this time of the year during budget season. But I really appreciate all that you do. But at the end of the 3 minutes that I have, you may not think I do. So let's give it a go. As many of you may have guessed and know me, I'm going to talk about pensions. First time I was involved in pensions, it was in the early 2000s when I actually talked to the finance director at that time, Paul Hogan, who was touting that right after the dot-com bubble burst, the pensions were 80% funded. Well, that was based on smooth actuarial value, which a lot of you know about, where we only take 20% of the impact. So back at that point in time, they're actually 65% funded. Well, where are we now? The police pensions, which have the largest accrued liability, are at 74% funded based on smooth actuarial value, which only recognizes 20% of the market loss during 2022. Based on a true market value, the value of the assets that we hold, it's only 62% funded, or has an unfunded liability that is $10.8 million higher than we're doing our budget projections on. I got more involved in the budget and the pension funding in 2013. At that point, it was predicted that the police pensions would be fully funded by fiscal year 2023. Now the projections, 2027. Now the projections are that it would be fully funded by 2035. How did we lose 8 years? When other than 2022, the stock market has been an incredible bull market run. Well, one thing is investment returns as of 2013 were too optimistic at 7.5%. Now we're at 6 1/8, which is more reasonable. And then we kept on moving the amortization period, which is like the length of your mortgage. So when it dropped to 10 years in 2016, we reset it at 15. So we had longer time to pay our mortgage. Last year, market value was high. So instead of using the smooth actuarial value, we used market value, which lowered the funding for the pensions. This year, market value is down. So let's go back to the smooth actuarial value for assets. Oh, by the way, the amortization period was supposed to go down to 10. Let's make it 13. So let's fund less. I'm concerned that we're playing games with the pension assumptions to get to the budget numbers we want and playing with the security of our future retirees. Shame on you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Suslarski. Next up with our hand up is Philip Knowlton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi, this is Phil Knowlton. I live at 44 Cinnamon Road. I'll be brief. I have one of two of my twin 18-month-olds just got sick on me about an hour ago. So I'm gonna go back upstairs and take care of him. But but the reason for my comments tonight are in support of obviously they're in support of the Parks and Rec program and the swimming program that they have. And last year, my 5-year-old took part in the swim lessons, and it was great because I was able to get in the pool with them, and it was just a fun experience. I was also on, prior to that, the pool renovation committee and meeting, and we'd meet monthly, and that was an eye opener just to kind of see where the where the money's spent in terms of building a pool, where the locations might be, and what's a viable option. And I think what happened was it made it all the way to council, and just there wasn't an appetite for it, and I understand there was a lot of good reasons given. In February of this year, Parks and Rec had a committee meeting, and I was looking at the minutes, and looks like there's an opportunity again to raise up a new pool for Newington plus a splash pad, and I'm in favor of that potential for the new pool. I've read it'd be about 550 feet from the current pool, and I know there's other options too, other locations that were talked about, and I think that the funding is still available from AARA for a portion of it. From the minutes, it said that there's about $5 million in state bonding that could be we could get, and I just think it would be a great benefit to this town and community to try to have a pool and a splash pad built. And the one caveat real quick is just make sure there's plenty of parking. I'd suggest that the parking area on Cross Street near that Mill Pond soccer field be specifically noted for field activities. It's not just soccer, it's volleyball as well. So but anyway, just food for thought. I hope you guys consider it this year during your budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. All right, our next caller with their hand up is Jacob Knowlton.
Hi. That is my dad that just came before me, which is kind of cool because we're talking about different things and caring about our community for different reasons. So kind of proud about that. Anyways, so I just wanted to come on and I don't know if Paul is still on, but I'm really excited to work with Paul. I say that because I work with Krog as well. I'm a community development planner for them, but I come to you always as a resident first and foremost. Again, I live at 10 Hillside Street. I also live with my father every now and then on 44 Cinnamon Road. But I'm excited to work with Paul a little to get trails going and whatnot in the area. We're excited to kind of connect our own regional loop and with Newington. And I also know myself, I'm a very, I like to bike to work, or I would like to bike to work, but it's been quite difficult. I know a lot of our roads are state owned, which make it hard, but DOT has some new staff, which is pretty exciting. So we'll be able to work with them a little bit easier, I think. But I'm excited to hear that Paul's interested in the historic loop. And I just want to say that I'm very excited that he's on staff. Some of my own concerns are Cedar and Fen and trying to commute into Hartford. I work on Main Street and commuting into Hartford is a little tricky. I don't really want to sit in that traffic and it's kind of getting costly with gas. I don't make as much as most. I'm only 22 years old, so most can imagine what my salary would be at this age. But I would like to ride my bike. I got my dad actually bought me an e-bike, which was real nice of him. And I try to commute in, but obviously there are no bike lanes or nothing on Cedar. And then trying to get to that fast track, obviously the fast track trail just ends. So I would just kind of voice my support for any activation of the space. You know, you got a real good amenities over there. You have a college campus, which one are people who tend to like to volunteer and activate spaces themselves. But if the town works with them a little to activate that kind of area over there to maybe connect it so that people like me could commute into work, and we might be able to get a little bit more bikers and connect other folks from New Britain and West Hartford into our own trails and our amenities that we offer as a town. I think that would be great. But really excited again to work with Paul, really excited to have Paul be my planner as well for my town. So, and proud again for my dad speaking up last round as well. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jacob. All right, next up this evening is Chris Riley.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. I'm Chris Riley at 169 Forest Drive. I just wanted to say that I've been a resident of the town for about 19 years now. And one of the things that drew me to the town was the school system and just how much they actually do here. I have two kids in the school system right now. One's in the academy and one's doing, various programs such as the leadership and safety patrol. And I just wanted to kind of raise my concerns that when you go forward and looking at the budget that's put forth by the Board of Education, that you consider that a lot of the items that are in there, they do take an effort to try to look through and try to bring it down as much as they can. Obviously, there's things they can't touch, like there's teacher salaries and certain things that are kind of guaranteed in there. But I'm also even looking along the lines of the special ed and the various programs that they may have a need in for there, especially in these times with the kids trying to just kind of get back to school. It's just it gets to be a real anxious time for a lot of kids, and I just want to make sure that we don't strip it down too much. I know in past years, I think it's come forth and then it's been stripped down, and basically they found money in various other, I'll say, accounts, for lack of a better term, for being able to fund stuff, but it's just basically pushing the problem further and further down the road. And I think that's why we keep seeing them coming back with an increase that seems to be a little bit more than possibly the previous year for the budget every time. And I think it's just because everything just kind of keeps getting pushed down, and they use, what reserves they can and gather what they can. But eventually you're going to have to, pay for those amounts, and you're not going to have those accounts to draw from. So I just want to make sure that all the programs and stuff are in place and just take consideration of what the budget being presented is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. All right, next this evening, we have Scott Mangan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Scott Mangan, Chief of Newington EMS. I reside at 173 John Street, Newington. I just wanted to call and thank the council for their support over the years. I was reading some articles back in 1996. The town actually had funded us quite a bit. There was some stuff in the papers in 96 about the town removing insurance funding for the ambulance corps. And it was like a savings of $3,000 overall, and that was defeated. But where we are today is that the town, again, was able through their insurance commissions to move things so that they do not support the ambulance corps in insurance periods. However, 3 years ago, we were able to get the town to accept the state of Connecticut CMed fair share assessment. This is an assessment that this year is costing $30,365. It's $1 per person. What that does, it gives the ambulance corps or associations, of which there are two serving the town of Newington. There's AMR and there's Newington EMS. It allows them to contact the hospitals. This is assessment by the state offices to the towns. Years ago, Newington EMS had entered into a contract with the town where we were paying the assessments. 3 years ago, the town put it upon the town budget to start with a $10,000 line item for the CMed assessments. However, our contracts with the town have always been that we will pay our fair share. Newington EMS 2 years ago was averaging 1,200 calls serviced by us out of a total of 4,300 calls. This year, the number of calls has risen nationwide. Newington is no different, and we closely missed it by about 30 calls, 5,100 calls last year. So that was covered by AMR in Newington. When I look at that percentage, Newington EMS, the percentage of calls that we did versus the actual usage of it. Last year, the budget for this assessment was around 28,000. The town put in 10,000. However, when you do the number of calls we do, our fair share assessment should have been $7,814. The town would have been at $20,000. Now, when it was put in, I believe 3 years ago, the town council agreed that we will start this and we'll adjust it. We still have not seen any adjustments over the years. In January 5th of this year, 2023, Keith Chapman, who was serving, prior to that as town manager, the town manager's office, in his absence, received a letter from the state of Connecticut informing the town that their assessment this year would be based on $1 at 30,000. I believe right now they're still talking about only a 10,000 input from it. But again, based on our call volumes last year, that would put Newington EMS's joining portion of this at $7,740. And again, that would put the town's balance a lot larger, of which AMR in their contracts have $0 put towards this. So again, the town was supposed to look at this every budget year and start adjusting it to the point where it would actually equal. We had the same thing happen to us with EMS services for paramedics. Paramedic service years ago was $185,000. Today, AMR charges Newington EMS $270,000. And that's charged to Newington EMS. So again, prices have gone up, but I just want the town council to take this into consideration as they start looking at our budget, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mangan. The next caller we have is Richard Leverrier.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to come in briefly to comment on the Board of Education budget presentation. It is being referred to as the board's budget. However, I would like to inform the public and the council that 3 members of the Board of Education, including myself, voted no on this budget. In a time where there is year-over-year inflation that's at 9%, and families, are having a hard time paying their bills, having an additional budget increase as high as what's being asked puts an undue burden on the residents of Newington. I'm encouraging the council to keep our residents in mind when considering the board's budget, and to make sure that we keep our families in mind, and that we understand what we need to do in order to help them keep Newington affordable and stay here without going broke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leverrier. Next, we have Richard De Silva.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Richard De Silva. I'm at 485 Connecticut Avenue. I'm also calling to inquire and make comments about the Board of Ed's budget. So last time I followed the Board of Ed, their budget was $83 million. And according to you, Mayor, the mill rate would have to go up. Currently, this past week, there's been 3 financial institutions that collapsed, which could signal incoming financial hardships for the entire country. And if we go through with this budget and our mill rate goes up and our taxes go up, that would make life very difficult for all of the citizens here in Newington. My family owns a home here. If our taxes go up, how are we going to take care of the property? How are we going to even afford taxes? It's just going to make life very difficult for all of Newington residents. The next issue is, does anyone actually know what the money in this $83 million is allocated to? I'm very used to the Newington Board of Ed operating in secret and only doing what they want to do whenever they want to do it, without any recourse or any consequences from anything or anyone. So maybe I'm just looking in the wrong area. Maybe the information is not public, or maybe they're hiding it. But during the public participation comments, if someone can tell me where I can see what our tax dollars is being proposed to be spent on. If you're taking our money to spend it, it's only right that we know what you're spending our money on. If you're spending our money on frivolous equipment, we should know and then decide, hey, these guys aren't spending our money properly. If they're spending 40 million of that on the children, maybe some people would agree with it. But until we know what sort of percentage breakdown that they're spending on children, equipment, and staff, maybe we should hold off on this budget and not unnecessarily raise taxpayers' taxes. Like I said, 3 financial institutions failed in the last 7 days. That is definitely a sign of incoming financial hardship. And raising the taxes would just burden the citizens of Newington. Thank you very much, Town Council, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. Next caller is Rose Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Kind of made a promise to myself at New Year's that I wasn't going to get into the budget discussions again, but then again, I'm always breaking promises to myself. Before I even get into the CIP budget, which I know we have time to discuss, I'd just like to know, is this the second year of the 5-year plan that you voted on last year and we're locked into those numbers? Because, and looking quickly at it, it looks to me, just as an outsider, that maybe some of the monies that are being allocated could be used or could be paid for out of the ARPA funds. I'm still waiting for an itemized list from 3 years ago of roof replacement, And I'm just wondering if it can't be a little bit more detailed as to where these monies are, they're being allocated, but in a lump sum, but where they're being allocated to would be nice to know. Since I have only 3 minutes, and this has been bugging me for the last few weeks and the last month, let me start with my comments regarding the Mill Pond Pool replacement project, or whatever they plan to do. Recently, there's been discussions on Facebook. There's been a letter to the editor. There's been discussions at your table regarding the funding for Mill Pond Pool project. And yet, this project hasn't been on the agenda for the town council, as far as I can see, since August of 2021, even though Mayor Del Buono asked that the chairman of the pool committee call a meeting. I don't think any meeting was ever called. I'd like you to confirm or deny what I read in the Parks and Rec minutes of February 21st, that Bill DeMayo, Keith Chapman, and Janet Murphy have put $4 million aside from ARRA funds for the possibility of funding some of the pool. While I understand that the former town manager has the authority to do that, I don't ever recall hearing any discussion at your table about it. And the Board of Parks and Rec, there was a resolution, a motion that the acting town manager, James Krupinski, be notified that the Newington Board of Parks and Rec is in full support of their architect, Mike Fortuna's recommendation to construct the new pool at the best location, which is Garfield Street, across from the Mortenson Community Center. Furthermore, the board is requesting the acting town manager, James Krupinski, to present the plan to the town council for their support and commit allocating $4 million of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, ARRA funding, to the project. This will enable the 3 Newington state legislators the ability to apply for funding immediately. My first question is, AARA is the American Recovery and Reimbursement Act. It is not, that I know of, the ARPA, the American Recovery Plan Act. I just like some clarification as to what the Board of Education is planning, and I'm sorry, the Parks and Rec Board is planning, what the town council's feelings are on it. And before you even get into the budget, can we have a presentation before the town council so we know where all these monies are coming from? $5 million from the state, $4 million from ARRA or ARPA, and another $1.6 million from CIP. It's ludicrous as far as I can see. Don't get me wrong. I think that the pools both need to be either replaced or shut down, one or the other. But we have to know up front where the monies are coming from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. The next caller's caller ID just says Michael. If you could state your name and address for the record, please. Are you there, caller? It looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you, caller.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you are. Yep, go right ahead.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. Michael Branda, 77 Coronado Drive. I am a member of the Board of Education, just to make that clear for the public. It was mentioned that the Board of Education budget was not supported by 3 members, and I do want to say that that is a 100% true statement. Ms. Droz was actively a participant in every session that we had, which was, I believe, 5 sessions, and she had some ideas, and not all passed. And I don't want to speak for her, but my memory serves that during the vote, she stated that her concerns with the budget was sustainability. But it's also 100% true that 2 members of the Board of Education, Ms. Yap and Mr. Leverrier, who spoke earlier this evening, did not propose a single cut to Dr. Brummett's original budget. No ideas, no motions, no cuts. So that is a concern I have for a member of the Board of Education, making the public feel as though 3 people spoke out against our budget or anything like that. It's true that they voted no, but they also didn't help us to achieve any lower number. So, and then I just want to address Mr. De Silva's question. Our budget is actually audited. So it's run through pretty thoroughly. So there's no opportunity for a local school district to hide money or do anything that was in a bunch of accusations that I heard. We have a pretty robust budget book. It's very large. I believe every member of the town council has an opportunity to review that as well. Every expense is listed in it. As I said before, we had 5 meetings where we went over every single department, and every board member was given a chance to talk about every single expense that they had a question about. So to say it's unclear where the money is being spent in the way that Mr. De Silva stated is nothing more than an unfounded accusation. And just to be clear, what we're spending money on is our students and our educators, hoping that they can be supported. And we're hoping to do whatever we can do to ensure that we're providing the best education in Newington that is possible. And the reason we're doing that is because our educators deserve our support and our students deserve it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branda. Next this evening, we have Andrea Obert-Hahn.
You, Mom. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So my name is Andrea Obert-Hahn. I live at 125 Richard Street. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback what Michael was saying. I just think that our schools have been underfunded for quite some time. And I think it's time to put our students back in the forefront of our town. I know that there are a lot of other places. I know that the mill rate is something to keep in mind as well. I just know that after COVID, our students, they're struggling in a lot of different ways. And I just think that our children are the future, and we really need to keep them in mind when looking at the budget and trying to make decisions of where to cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Trister.
Good evening. Good evening. This is John Trister, 81 Woodland Street. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I first want to start tonight by saying thank you to James and his team for all the hard work that went into their budget. It is definitely grueling work, and we are grateful for your efforts. From what I understand, and others have said, there's a discrepancy in what the Board of Ed is requesting, what the town manager is proposing. It is my sincere hope that the council works with the Board of Ed to reach a compromise that both sides are agreeable to, that doesn't take away from any of the important services that our schools offer. It is critical that we smartly invest in our public schools to ensure that our property values can continue to grow. That is what will ultimately grow the ground list and allow the town to improve and enhance our services. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Trister. All right. I do not see any other hands up. Last call. Oh, there's a hand. Hold on one moment. Anastasia Yap.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Anastasia Yap, 138 8th Street, Newington, Connecticut, Board of Education member. I just like to make a comment. I did want to clarify some of the comments made earlier. Yes, I was one of the Board of Education members who did vote no on the budget. I did attend, I think, almost every single meeting. Unfortunately, as you guys all know, I was in a car accident. So that was the only reason I didn't attend, I think, one meeting. We did together, of course, did present them. I did say no to the budget. And the reason I did say no to the budget was I felt like some of the questions that I had asked were answered. And prior to saying yes to a budget increase that high, I thought that, those questions should be answered. So that is why I did say no to the 5% increase that was asked for. Secondly, one of the projects I did support was, and I'm the finance chairman on the Board of Ed, was the John Wallace project. That's something that we had spoken about, voted unanimously on as a board. So I do want to clarify that yes, Michael Branda was correct. I did not propose my cuts, but I was in an accident, so making that clear. And I did vote no because all the questions I had asked were not answered prior to voting. So yes, I'm supporting the John Wallace project. I do not support cutting teachers. I do also think we need to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we don't put this burden on our taxpayers. But at the same time, I want to make sure that no teachers lose their jobs and the students have what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yao. All right. Mr. Helby?
Hi, this is Forrest Helvey, 282 Lamplighter Lane. Yep.
Welcome.
Hi, this is Forrest Helvey, 282 Lamplighter Lane. I just wanted to go ahead and, every year we kind of go through the challenges of budget season and the negotiations between the different sides. I just was really impressed. I know there's always the tensions that arise, last year. But, I know Mayor Beth, you and Dr. Fletcher and Dr. Brummett worked together, and brought your teams together to get a solution that worked. One of the things I know that I'm concerned about, and I know that many other schools, many other academic leaders are concerned about, is the ability to keep and retain skilled educators, classroom teachers, related service staff. The turnover is incredible. And I know that they have to let people know about those notices of renewal coming up very soon. And what concerns me is the beginning of the school year, so many public school districts struggling to find anybody that could sit in a classroom and just be present, let alone having skilled, trained staff to teach our students, to work with our students. So I do worry that some of the ramifications that come out of these budget negotiations and talks, the back and forth, the impact that could have. We talk about being for students, but I do worry that if we have folks getting those non-renewals and they're waiting for budgets to get approved, how many staff might we lose? And are we going to be able to fill those spots again? So just to keep those factors in mind as we're going through this process, and just to think back to previous years where you've been successful in working together. So just to kind of put that at the forefront. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Helvey. Dana Havens?
Hi, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Ave.
Welcome.
Thank you. Back a few years ago, I think probably 10 years ago or something, we used to have this tagline, people over things, because it seemed like NPS was spending a lot of money on items and not so much money on our students. Well, I think they took the people the wrong way, because it seems like our administrative positions have really increased greatly, and we're spending a lot of money in administration versus what we're spending on the children. And then I was a little concerned because I was trying to figure out the differences and whatnot. And I know the town council asked for a number of teachers versus admins. Board of Ed did the same thing. And both of you guys got different numbers. And then when you look at the budget presentation online, it's different even still. So it's this kind of inconsistency in figures that feeds into this mistrust that many of us still have and, are concerned about. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Havens. Okay. I do not see any other hands up, so we will continue on. I did not receive any emails. Did anyone else receive any emails for the record? Okay.
No, I don't receive any.
None for me.
Thank you. So we'll continue on now to remarks by counselors on public participation. Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple comments. I know it's a long night. I just want to thank Rose Lyons for your comments about the pool. I just want to go on the record as saying that as I said at our last meeting, and I appreciated our discussion. I know that somebody said it reflected some of the Facebook discussion because we were back and forth, but I fully support us moving forward immediately with our pool. I think we need to do the pool, stop the hand wringing and the kicking the can, and do the splash pad at Churchill and be done with it. I think we have the money. I know we have the money between, as Rose Lyons pointed out, you know more, Rose, about this than I do, which isn't hard, but you know a lot. And there's money available. We've heard that from Republicans and Democrats, which is a good sign. We've got a consensus building. I'm very confident that we can do this year, and I look forward to working with everybody on the council, the Park and Rec, our state delegation, and our town manager interim to get this done and make it right. It's 64-year-old pool. I'm afraid they're going to crumble, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. I want people safe. The second comment, and then I'll defer, is I appreciate everybody calling about our school budget, pro and con. I'm going to work very hard to protect our schools. The schools support our property values, and they keep our town strong. And they are the reason why most of us, including me and my wife, Lynn, moved here and love this town because of our wonderful schools. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Page. Councilor Mankey?
I would just thank everybody who called in. Budget season is never fun for everybody. I think everybody in the budget book would want more money than what they're getting or they're proposed. So it's a difficult decision, and I just appreciate everybody calling in and giving us their input.
Thank you, Councilor Mankey. Anyone else? I have a few comments myself. The first speaker this evening was Mr. Susarski regarding the pension funding. And I know I heard in his comments, he was kind of accusing us as counselors as somehow doing something with those numbers for budgeting purposes. I will tell you that this council, as far as I've been here, we've never touched those numbers. Whatever is brought forward from the agent of record is what the committee then moves forward as approved. And as far as I know, that has not changed. We will certainly ask those follow-up questions as we go through the budget. But those pension funds are funded to what is recommended to us by the agent of record and the actuarials. So I understand Mr. Slusarski's concerns, and we certainly can ask those questions that he posed about why things are moving out and being the timelines are stretching on getting to 100%, but we do follow those guidelines very strictly and have never messed with those here at this table. So we will ask those questions as we move forward. It was nice to have the two Knowltons on, father and son. Really appreciated your comments. And it's nice to hear someone on the younger side getting more involved. I'm really appreciative, Jacob, that you're following in your dad's footsteps. And it's nice to hear your comments about the trails and the things that you'd like to see in town. Appreciate you weighing in on that. I'd like to thank Mr. Riley, who spoke at both the public hearing and this session as well, for his comments regarding budget. Mr. Mangan, I appreciate you bringing forward the concept of the funding for the CMed, and that's certainly something the council can discuss as we get into discussing that area of the budget. That's not something we've talked about yet, so we'll look to James to provide us a history on that as we get into that as we move through the budget. I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Ed members that did weigh in. We had 3 this evening, Mr. Leverrier, Ms. Yap, and Mr. Branda. I appreciate your perspectives and being willing to come forward with your comments for us. And we're looking forward to the budget presentation later this evening from the superintendent. And as always, if we were in person, I would always ask the Board of Ed members to join them at the table for the presentation. So if Board of Ed members have comments during that time, I would certainly welcome them to participate in the discussion as well. Ms. Lyons, thank you for the comments on the pool. I'm going to weigh in a little bit on the pool, but I'll save that until the end. Thank you to those others that weighed in on the budget in terms of the Board of Ed piece, Ms. Obert-Hahn and Mr. Helvey, Ms. Havens. Your input is very valuable. And I appreciate Mr. Helvey mentioning that we have worked well in the past trying to get to a resolution that will suit both parties, so to speak, in terms of town and Board of Ed. And we're hopeful that we will be able to do that moving forward as well. We're at the very beginning stages. We're just hearing the budget officially this evening. So we got our books, I think, on Friday. So we've just started going through these books with a fine-tooth comb and are looking forward to hearing the presentations this evening. In terms of Mill Pond Pool, that's gotten a lot of attention this week. I did take some time to go through and look at the old meeting minutes and the proposals that were put forward. I myself have said on the record a number of times, I am not in favor of putting the pool right on Garfield Street. That being said, I am in favor of addressing our pool problem. We need to find a way to get these renovations or new builds done. It's time. We've said this over and over and over again, but it can't be Parks and Rec way or the highway. It has to be some kind of negotiated piece where we come to a resolution, again, that fits the needs of the whole town, not just Parks and Rec and their programs. Right now, the only thing that's been brought forward for our consideration is a complex that would be right on Garfield Street. It would cause, in my opinion, a huge parking issue. We already have a parking issue at Town Hall and at the library. And if the pool is moved to that end of the park, the parking is going to be utilized for the pool, no matter whether we post signs or not, and it's going to cause a problem. And that being said, when this town hall project was done, one of the things that we talked about was the beautiful views we'd have of the park from the building and how it would coincide and tie into the town hall complex. And putting a project right there on Garfield would eliminate some of that. And those are some of my concerns that I've been very vocal of. When I looked back at the master plan that was provided several years ago now, I think in 17, and then there was another iteration in 21, there were two sites that were viable and considered. One was the Garfield Street site, and one was, they referred to it as Scheme A or Site A. So if you look at it on, it is available online under that commission's page. Site A is over by the playground. So down on that end of the park where there is parking, and the original schematic showed additional parking being added. And so I think that we just have to talk a little more. Maybe that means that the former, or well, it's still in existence, the Mill Pond Pool Committee may need to meet again, may need to talk to the Parks and Rec Board. Right now, Parks and Rec Board has made a recommendation, but it hasn't been vetted by the committee that's in place for a project. So there are some steps being skipped here that we need to kind of go back and revamp and figure out the best way to address, and we need to do it in a timely manner. There is a possibility of some state funding, and we don't want to miss out on that. So I just want to make sure people hear that this council, and myself personally, am not opposed to this project. I don't like the idea of it being on Garfield. So we need to talk more about that. If I'm only one of 9 that doesn't like that, then so be it. That's how this works. But my opinion is that Garfield would not be the best suited spot for it, even though it would be conducive for programming. The kids are walking down to that pool now. There's no reason we can't continue to do that. That's my own take, and there's a lot of work to be done on that, and it needs to be done quickly. So we will have to look at Mr. Kopinski perhaps calling that committee to have a meeting and review things again. I'm not sure what the next steps would have to be. We have to talk to the Parks and Rec Board as well, because I know they are under the impression that their recommendation is kind of the final word, but I don't believe that's how it works. I believe the committee would have to take a look at that.
Correct. The committee would still have to vet that proposal. So even though the commission made a motion to send it to the council, because we do still have the Mill Pond Pool Committee in place, it would go through them first. They would make the recommendation to the council of whether or not to move forward with that set location or to look at another location within that park as an option.
Okay. Councilor Donahue, I think you're the chair and you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that we have probably asked 3 or 4 times, show us different options. I mean, I'm happy that Park and Rec and Bill are on board with the architect they've chosen, but there were other alternatives. There were actually 4 sites proposed in the original. One was totally off the wall, but we need to see the other proposals. Show us the Cadillac, show us the Buick, show us the Yugo. Okay, we probably won't go for the Yugo, probably won't get the Cadillac, but I bet you we can get the Buick through. And let's look at both sites. Let's not say we're going to spend $9 million on Mill Pond and come back 2 years later and say, and I need another $9 million for Churchill. The pools are legitimately 2.5 miles apart. Okay, one could be a splash pad, one could be a pool, but we have to look at those options.
Thank you, Councilor Donahue. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I will move on. Next item this evening is we're beginning consideration of old business. And the first item is the ordinance amendment property tax exemption for Gold Star parents and spouses. Before us this evening, we have a motion to set the public hearing. And I'm just flipping through my notes here. So we would be looking to set the public hearing for March 28th at 6:40 on this one. Who would like to go ahead and read that for me? Deputy Mayor Bedrejko? You're muted, Gail.
Yep.
Okay.
Introduction. I hereby introduce for the town council's consideration and proposed ordinance amendment to chapter 388, taxation, article 8, property tax exemption. Oops, it's spelled wrong. For Gold Star parents and spouses, a copy of which has been filed with the clerk of the council. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing on March 28th, 2023 at 6:40 p.m. to consider the proposed ordinance amendment, chapter 388, taxation, article 8, property tax exemption for Gold Star parents and spouses, a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Second by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion? There's no discussion on this because it's introducing an ordinance. So I will move to a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Deputy Mayor, would you like to continue with the next one? Next is our ordinance amendment for the tax relief program for certain homeowners age 65 or over and permanently or totally disabled. Looking to set that public hearing on the same date, March 28th at 6:50.
Yeah, you have it up. Okay, introduction. I hereby introduce for the town council's consideration the proposed ordinance amendment to chapter 388, taxation, article 3, low income veterans exemption, which has been filed with the clerk of the council. Resolved that the Newington Council hereby schedules a public hearing on March 28th, 2023 at 6:50 p.m. to consider the proposed ordinance amendment, chapter 388, taxation, article 3, low income veterans exemption, a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Second by Counselor Rada. No discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next this evening, we have before us an authorization to execute the aerial platform fire truck lease documents. If you remember, the original resolution that we had passed had authorized the previous town manager by name to execute the documents. So we're looking to reissue authority now to Mr. Kropinski in order to be able to execute these documents. Is there anything else, James, that we want to add to that?
Nope, that is correct. Once we have those in place, I know Janet will supply them to the necessary agency.
Okay. Who would like to go ahead and read this in? Counselor Menke?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby authorizes James Kropinski, acting town manager, to execute all documents required to complete the lease of the aerial platform fire truck. A copy of the executed documents shall be attached to this resolution.
Second by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Aye. Aye, sorry. Change it up a little. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Next in front of us this evening is the ordinance adoption for Chapter 8 Commission on Aging and Disabled. We did have a public hearing earlier this evening on this one. This was an item that was brought forward for consideration during the charter revision process last year. And the commission was having a difficulty in having their regular meetings. They were having trouble meeting a quorum. So they were looking to adjust their membership from a 9-member board down to a 7-member board. We have that resolution in the packet this evening.
You want to read that, Mayor?
Sure, Councilor Page, thank you.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the Newington Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Article 5, Commission on Aging and Disabled, Section 8-16, membership terms. A copy of said ordinance is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Anist. And any discussion? Councilor Menke?
Yeah, I just have a question. Are there currently 2 vacancies on that commission?
Oh, I believe actually, yes.
Okay, so that's how we're going to get from 9 to 7?
Correct. Yeah, we still had a few seats that were open, if I remember correctly. I'm actually looking at
Okay.
my folder right now on that.
Want me to hold off, James, or call on Counselor Nagel?
If you'd like to call on Councilor Nagel, I should have this up in just a moment to verify.
Counselor Nagel?
I attended all the meetings and I believe it's correct. And it would not change appreciably the numbers in terms of political parties' input in terms of selecting candidates for those positions. Would also make it a lot easier for the commission to meet in whatever section they have. They do have the ability now, just as a side note, to do it via Zoom within the Senior and Disabled Center.
Okay, great. Thank you. James, are you still looking or are you good?
I am, let's see, it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 positions that are vacant, 2 of which are de facto as well. So it would not be an issue with the adoption of it.
Okay, great. Thank you for verifying. All right. We didn't read this in yet, did we?
Yeah,
It
yeah, we did.
We did. Sorry, I didn't write it down.
was
Thank you.
seconded. It was seconded.
Perfect. A lot of ordinances in a row. It's hard to keep track. Thank you all. All right. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I know Danielle will be happy. She was really hoping for that.
Yep.
All right. Next this evening, the next 2 items are sort of related. The first one is a job description for carpenter LT-14 and electrician LT-18. I'll turn that over to you, James.
Yeah, I'm just noticing my slides are out of order, but that's okay. So under the carpenter position, that's a job description we've had within our classification plan since the mid-80s, as you can tell from the document on the screen. We met with the union. I'll make it a joint one. Also the electrician position, same type of job description, still from the 80s, just so that we're all on the same page for that one. We had met with the union last week to discuss proposed changes to those job descriptions. They recommended a couple of amendments to it. I spoke with staff on that as well. And we reviewed previous job descriptions that had been adopted by the town council as recommended by the Board of Ed for similar positions and accepted by the union. So as part of the proposal this evening, we are not looking to make too many changes. One of them would be simply the removal of the performing work of the Parks and Grounds Department, just in general, specifically because if something were to happen and we did have an emergency, because they are a member of that union, we would pull them in an emergency process anyway. Should they have an issue with that, they would still have the ability to grieve it. That would follow through into the electrician position as well. You'll notice that in this one, it actually indicates assist with repairs on roofs, well, assist with roofs, build partitions. This one is specifically electrician. We want them doing the electrical work, but as a town itself, we do not have that much electrical work that we do on a daily basis, especially with the new town hall. I believe over the past 4 years, we've had a total of maybe 4 or 5 electrical permits that we have pulled in general. So they tend to do more of a maintenance format through all of their positions. And then, of course, as I indicated before, that snow removal option inside of the job description as well. Again, we pull them in if that was necessary based upon an emergency event. This one does require the E2 journeyman's license, where the carpenter requires its homeowner's improvement contractor's license. But other than that, we've simply, similar to job descriptions we've approved previously, just elaborated on the requirements, the minimum necessary qualifications, and any physical requirements that the individuals would need to have in performing those duties.
Okay. So we have on this agenda item actually 2 separate motions, correct?
That is correct. We have one. I broke them up because I thought it would be a little bit cleaner. I know we have in previous times combined them as one, but a lot of times it's much easier to have a single resolution per job description just for reference.
Okay, perfect. Who would like to read the first one in for the carpenter position?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Counselor Donahue.
You're on mute,
Oh,
John.
you're muted, John. Counselor Donahue, you're muted.
I also can't find which one I'm supposed to be looking at, so if somebody else would like,
8E1 in the upper corner.
Is anybody else ready to go? Carol, do you have it on?
I'm
the screen
ready.
there? Go ahead.
Resolve, the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the classification pay plan by approving a job description for the carpenter A-14 position as recommended by James Kropinski, acting town manager in his capacity as personnel director.
Could you amend that slightly? I thought I had changed that resolution. That should say instead of A14, it should say LT14.
Sure, I'm in my motion to LT14.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Counselor Ennis, would you like to do the next one for the electrician as well?
Sure. James, is it correct?
That one is correct.
Okay.
LT18. Yes, I just looked at it ahead of time.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the classification and pay plan by approving a job description for the electrician LT18 position as recommended by James Kropinski, acting town manager in his capacity as personnel director.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Counselor Rada. Any discussion on this one? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we're on to job descriptions, groundskeeper 2 and groundskeeper 3. Mr. Kropinski?
All right, these job descriptions, which we did have on a previous agenda, we did discuss just slightly, are part of a proposed settlement agreement with the ASME union regarding subcontracting and other grievances we have in place. Should our settlement agreement come through, we wanted to make sure that these job descriptions were in place at that time. We had some discussions about increasing the oversight, which in this case is the supervisor of Parks and Grounds or the groundskeeper foreperson, now that that position has been officially filled by the individual who was in it in a temporary fashion for over a year. Of course, there are small minor updates with a groundskeeper 2 or a groundskeeper 3. Each of those positions has the ability to work in lower classifications when necessary. So if they need to do work of a groundskeeper, even though they are a groundskeeper 3, where they'd be assisting in field design, that is a job function that is required of them. We did update some of the information in their skill set, which is the ability to make minor repairs to the fleet equipment and small equipment, as well as including additional equipment that we have acquired since our last job descriptions were done in 2005. So indicating our large area 75-foot bucket truck, our bobcats, our tractor, the backhoe, dump trucks, and various lawn and motorized snow removal equipment. So we want to make sure that was enumerated in the job description itself. And then just indicating inside of it the ability to be called out on winter storm events, similar to what we were experiencing this evening. And then we did remove a qualification in there for a previous 5-year employment responsibility, and we moved that down to a 2. And then we are proposing, as part of our budget process, to ensure that the individual's pesticide licenses are covered by the town. Really, they're for our benefit specifically. So we would want to make sure that that is something that we do fund properly, and the overall cost of it is not that much. So this one would be an applicator's license. So they would have to possess that in order to handle it. Under the job description for a groundskeeper 3, we'll discuss that in a moment, where they are the supervisory licensing. They have their applicators contained in that license, so they can do both if they needed to, but their job in the 3 will be to supervise this individual as necessary.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? All right, who would like to go ahead and read that first motion in?
I'll do it.
in.
Thank you, Counselor Rada.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the classification and pay plan by approving a job description for the groundskeeper 2 LT-13 position as recommended by James Kropinski, acting town manager in his capacity as personnel director.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so we'll get into our groundskeeper 3 position, which is the LT-14. As you can see on this one, we've again called out the removing some language that didn't make sense and calling out the groundskeeper 4 person as a supervisor, as well as the grounds supervisor in general. Again, promoting the mission statement of the department, ability to work in those lower classifications. With this individual, we've actually included in computer application requirements because they have a little bit more of a supervisory role where they may be needing to enter in data into the system itself, ordering materials and supplies to ensure that the works are able to be done by the lower groundskeepers. Again, on this one, you'll notice the additional equipment. The only thing that did come off of this, and I have to remind myself what it was, I believe, the tractor. But I want to look and confirm that first. So, they were just enough to be slightly different.
Okay.
Yes, so under the groundskeeper 2, it was Bobcat equipment, tractors, and backhoe. You'll notice in this one there is no backhoe. They consider that to be the groundskeeper 2 use only, but of course in a 3 they would work to the lower classifications when required, so they'd have the knowledge of that already.
Okay.
Additionally, the winter overtime storm work, reducing it to a 3-year experience. And in this one, as we spoke about earlier, possessing the Connecticut supervisory pesticide license, just to be able to ensure that we have the supervisory requirement to be able to apply pesticides throughout town.
Okay. Counselors, any questions or comments? All right, Counselor Nagel, would you like to read this one?
Certainly. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the classification and pay plan by approving a job description for the groundskeeper 3 LT-14 position as recommended by James Kropinski, acting town manager in his capacity as personnel director.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Donahue. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, next item G is discussion of proposed ordinances for tax exemptions. There are 2 this evening. The first one listed is the ambulance type motor vehicle exemption. We have discussed this one a couple of times, but I know Mr. Kropinski had indicated there was still something that we needed to consider further.
Yes, so as we're discussing the ambulance type motor vehicles, that one, we still do need to make sure that we define what those type of improvements to that individual's vehicle are. The parental vehicle is different, but we're talking about it being operated by the disabled individual. So you need to clarify what type of improvements would be allowed under that vehicle. That assists the assessor in being able to apply the exemption to the individual.
So I thought we had talked about leaving the language open so that if it's a physician's note that makes a recommendation of an equipment that's necessary to modify the vehicle for operation based on the disability, that would be accepted. So in other words, like, I don't want to say that the only things are these 3 items that would qualify, because with a range of disabilities, obviously everyone's disability is individual. So to limit it to just certain things doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but and maybe I'm wrong on that. I guess I'm sort of saying it, but sort of asking as well.
Well, the issue comes down to the fact of the way the statute is written. It says you
Okay.
have to define that. So actually, I do have to include as part of your packet, the last page after has the 12-81. So in order for us to be able to apply that exemption, you do need to make sure you define what those modifications would be. You can make it in a general format, but there has to be some sort of a determination of what would qualify for them to be able to apply the exemption. So
Okay.
if you look at the current language that we have in there at this moment, right now, all we have is modifications intended to render the vehicle more comfortable, but not necessary to permit it to be operated by its permanently disabled owner. That doesn't indicate what a type of improvement is to that vehicle.
So, okay, so I did review some other ones, some other towns' ordinances, and there's quite a wide variety. Some really have no language defining it, to be honest, and some have specific language. But I know originally we had at a minimum, the vehicle must be equipped with, and I'm wondering if it would say something, I think maybe Berlin, I'm trying to remember now which ones I looked at, had language like the vehicle may be equipped with an automatic, maybe instead of must be, may be equipped with an automatic transmission or full hand controls for the operation of gas and brakes, but is not limited to. Somehow that caveat of but not limited to, I noticed in a few ordinances. Just because if someone comes in with a disability that requires something different and the doctor's note says that, I just don't want to limit and say only certain disabilities qualify if they need these things versus other disabilities that need something different, I guess, is my concern. Counselors, what do you think? I need someone else to weigh in here.
I'm not sure we want to limit it because the minute you make a determination what's qualified, someone may come in with something else. It may be as simple as a different kind of a car seat, which we haven't even thought of, that is necessary for a disabled person to access the car, or something, as as simple as a different kind of a blinker, the blinker on the right side as opposed to the left side or whatever. And I'm afraid if we start listing things, we're going to miss something, and then we're going to have to go back and relook at it, after the fact.
Well, that's a good point.
What do other
I'm
towns
trying to
use?
make this so it aligns with the statute, and then we won't have to revisit it.
Right. That's the plan. And I hate to start, listing out a whole list of things that we qualify and then find that one I didn't think of is necessary for these people to use the car.
Right.
So may I ask a question, Mayor?
Yes.
So just to clarify, or for James, if a family, let's say, wants to utilize this provision, who do they in Newington, who do they go to get this approved? Is it in town here, or is it a state body that does that? I'm sorry, I'm just not clear.
No, it's through the assessor. It's through the
Okay.
application process through the assessor, which is why she needs some sort of a criteria in order to judge that on. So actually, she was nice enough to grab me a few pages, 19 of them, by the way, of language that she pulled together from around the state. So on screen right now is one from Plainville, which has actually got a good example. By way of example, special equipment shall be, but not limited to, hand controls, lift, ramp, special seating, braking or acceleration mechanisms for manual operation, physical alterations to accommodate medical equipment, i.e. oxygen tanks or medical respirators. So it gives a little bit of a leeway for her to make that judgment, but it's not limiting what is allowed in that vehicle.
Because that language seems to cover, it sounds like, operation by the individual with their hands, their feet, and then the ergonomics of their sitting and so forth.
Correct. And that's only.
And it does say that, but not limited to, which I
limited
like.
to, right?
Right.
Because
So-
to Councilor Mankey's point, we want to have some framework to meet the statute, but we want to allow some wiggle room, and I mean that in a good way, for the assessor to use their judgment.
Correct. So,
Well, and I'm leery to have the assessor use judgment versus physician's note. If we're requiring physician's note, like we have to be careful in terms of disabilities. Is the assessor the expert in what a disability is versus not? Like that's,
no.
which I know she recommended putting the physician's note into. I think she said she wanted it to be based on that, not her being the expert on that, so to speak.
No, the physician's note was to determine the disability, not to determine the requirements of the improvements. Those would be different by each individual. So
Right.
in this aspect, she can look at that and go, okay, the doctor's indicated that, oh, you have lost a leg or you've lost both legs. We've improved that by installing hand controls instead of foot and brake controls. She has some criteria to work off of that way.
Okay. Yep.
Would that be language you'd recommend, James, from the Plainville?
Well, Plainville's an option. She was very good. She grabbed a bunch of these. Colchester, sort of the same idea. They break them down a little bit more so into a handicap accessible vehicle and wheelchairs and scooter mounts and those type of things. I don't know how far we want to get into the weeds with it.
Right.
But she did supply quite a few options. So that's Colchester. In this one, this was from Enfield. They give a breakdown of different items that may be part of the proposed vehicle that's going to be used. Lower floor lift for wheelchairs, automatic door openers because they have difficulty opening things or holding on to things, automatic platform lifts, customized steering wheels, crossover bars for the steering wheel, dimmer lights. I'm not sure how the dimmer lights come into play, but I don't ask those questions. So there's some different options that are out there. If you're not comfortable moving forward, we can make sure that these 19 pages are sent out and pull together some data and see which way you guys want the language to read. So that's Colchester. This would be, let's see. This would be Winchester. And there's actually starts in making the determination. So right here. So they still do the similar language of the designated hand, foot, or hand controls, the wheelchair lifts, and then taking into consideration the permanent status of the client's disability. So that's where that letter comes into play a little bit.
If I may, Mayor, would there be, is it appropriate to see if there are individuals at the Senior and Disabled Center who utilize these vehicles, maybe 2 or 3 folks to sit and review these documents? I don't want to abdicate my responsibility, but to at least get an opinion from people who actually use these vehicles. There was a gentleman who testified, or I mean, he spoke at public participation a few sessions ago, and I think he offered, I forget the gentleman's name, I'm sorry, but
Wells.
Right. And so either this gentleman and maybe a couple of other folks who could say, this seems like a reasonable number of parameters, and then give us feedback in addition to yours and the assessor's opinion. Because I wouldn't know other than to speculate, because I don't use this vehicle.
We do have I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to look on my screen for some of the policies I had seen and I missed some hands up. So Councilor Rada, you've been waiting for a while. I apologize for that. Kim, you're muted.
Yeah, I just realized that. Thanks. I'd like to go back to the first example. My feeling is, in this case, less is more. We want to be able to provide my feeling is we provide examples, but we don't have to have an exhaustive list. And as is written here, and I think in the others that we've looked at, shall be, but not limited to, or we could say something like shall include, but not limited to. That gives us, and it gives the assessor flexibility so that we don't have to keep rewriting and adding and having some exhaustive list of bullet points.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would actually say may include, but not limited to.
Language.
I would be happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of that shall be. Yeah. Councilor Donahue?
I agree with Kim. I mean, less is more. I mean, and then, we're going to have to, this would include the advent of the self-driving vehicle, which is going to be, something that's coming down the road. So we wouldn't even have to change it for that.
Councilor Mankey?
I think we should make this as inclusive as possible. and is easy to understand as possible. And I would maybe suggest that we send it back to Miss Eller to just take all these 19 pages that James got, put something together for us to look at, and make us, make it as inclusive as possible. So, and with the provision that, included but not limited to it. That seems to be in all these documents, so we aren't backing ourselves into a corner.
Okay. Counselor Ernst?
Thank you. I agree. I think it should include the language, may include but not limited to. Also, I noticed on one of them, it said that the assessor or assessor's office shall inspect the vehicle to make sure that the vehicle is in fact have the modifications that are stated. I think that might be a good idea. I don't think anybody would try to pull a fast one on the town.
I think that is in the current language that
Is
she had
it?
given us. Yeah.
Item 4 under application on the second
Is
page.
it? Okay, I wasn't sure. I read this two times ago.
C4.
But I agree. I think I want that not limited to language in there. And this way we don't have to worry about listing every specific thing and missing something.
Right. There may be an item that comes out that we're not aware of, we didn't include, but the assessor upon that inspection determines that it meets the qualifications.
Right.
Right. Sorry, Counselor Rada, go ahead.
Yeah, just once again, I understand the need to make sure that we include a variety of options or examples, but I really think we could get crazy with this, and reading 19 pages and going back and forth is not a good use of anyone's time. My suggestion is that we provide her with our suggestions, our discussion, and I still like the one that's on the screen. It's short, it's to the point. It's not limiting, but it provides for inclusion of other options as they may arise.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kim. I like the language on the screen too. James, one of the questions that a member of the public posed was about the application process. So I think right now the way she had it written was annually. Is that how it is in other towns? That I didn't really look at, to be honest. Or could she let us know if that's the way it is? And I'm fine with that. I'm not arguing that at all. But someone had asked me, and I think that she had said it wouldn't be, once they provide the documentation saying that they have the permanent disability and that there's a need from the physician, she wouldn't require that every year, just the application. And
Correct.
then maybe
under
every
item
so many years she would ask for it again to be renewed somehow, but
Yeah, that's actually under section C, C5. Specifically calls out how the exemption shall be filed, and no different than any other standard exemption that we would give. So you come in, you apply for that normally prior to the date that they require to make sure that it makes it onto the October grand list for that exemption. We do have some that are applied mid-year, where some are applied at grand list. So we want to make sure that we are meeting that time period for it.
okay. Okay, yep. I was just reading my notes, sorry.
That's okay.
All right, anybody else on this one? Okay, so James, are you comfortable taking back to Fauna kind of what our discussion tonight was? And then I guess next step would be that she would bring up forward a new draft with the changes that we've mentioned, or?
We can pull that together and see if what she wants to pull from any of them all together and bring that back to you.
Counselors, are you good with that?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I'm shuffling my papers and I lost my agenda. That's great.
Don't worry, I'm the same way
I
right
got too
now.
many papers in front of me this evening.
We're on exemption for veterans or surviving spouses.
All right, so we're moving into that.
What my notes say.
What my notes say.
I thought we were gonna go for adjournment.
All right, so what's left to resolve on this one, James?
think did I put the wrong thing in our packet? Because we just did that, did we not?
No.
No.
No, that's the veterans and
in the-
surviving spouse.
In the packet, you have the certain homeowner ages 65 or other, or permanently or just totally disabled. So the wrong ordinance is in the packet.
Okay, hold on one second. This is what happens when you do these on a crazy Friday.
Well, we had 5 of these. It was very easy for us to get confused on these, to be honest.
Oh, believe me, I did. Let's see.
But what's on the screen is what's on the agenda. So that's
Correct.
right. Yep.
The screen is correct.
You have the screen correct.
I do have the screen correct.
Yep.
Exception for veterans or surviving spouse. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I've got tax relief for certain 65 and over in the packet.
In the packet,
Yeah.
right.
The wrong one was in the packet. Yep.
Okay, where were we on this one? Okay, let's see. Okay, so as part of this, you all requested a listing of exemptions that are given out throughout towns in the state. This one was done as a survey of Harford County specifically, and actually Groton was included into it because we were aware that they did have a program in place as well. So we did want to include that. You'll notice that primarily throughout the state on the veterans, it tends to be a $10,000. And on the elderly and disabled, it's based upon the state limit. We're not going with a set dollar amount. As we were
Okay.
discussing that 1,500 versus the assessed amount. And I may be getting that confused.
James?
Yes.
Oh,
Anna,
okay.
you're here.
I wasn't sure you could see me or not. So yes, I am here now. Yes. So, yeah, I think we were discussing a $1,500 tax amount, which I think was a little under $40,000 in assessment, which based on this survey would be a good bit higher than what any other town is currently giving. I was actually shocked at the number of towns that didn't give a local option at all. Actually, I thought pretty much everybody did it, but there's actually quite a few that did not. 10,000 seemed to be the most common, which I think, and then there was one that was 20, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Burlington.
Burlington. And that's off assessment. It's not, that's not tax dollars.
Right.
And then I think a common for income limit was state, with Burlington also doing 60,000 for their income. We had proposed the state limit plus 7,500.
Okay. It looks like a lot of folks went with just the state limit, right? That seems to be the
Yeah,
prevalent one.
that seemed to be the most common, yes.
All right, Counselor Mankey?
I'd recommend we stay at the 10,000 then. And then as we really have it now, the state plus this 750?
7,500?
Yeah,
7,500, I'm sorry.
500. Yeah, well, my point in doing that was so that we didn't take anybody off the program.
Okay, that's what I would recommend then.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. That makes sense, especially after seeing the numbers.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay,
I
so
agree
if,
also.
thank you. So then next steps for this one would be, if we're all in agreement on the language, and those limits, we
Public
can
hearing.
move to public hearing.
Right.
I agree.
Did you want to address the discussion we just had on the ambulance motor vehicle with Fauna while she's here?
Sure. Fauna, James presented a couple of examples of language that you had forwarded to him. And one of them that the council seems to like the most, I think everybody kind of weighed in on that, was Plainville.
Okay.
Because it provided several examples, but it wasn't limited. It had that, but not limited to piece. We didn't like the shall be. I think, James, you recommended
Maybe.
May include, but not limited to.
Right.
Okay.
And then were there any other pieces of that one that were still out there waiting for us to figure out, or was that it?
I believe our biggest issue with that one was the definition, correct, Fauna?
Yes. Yep.
Yep, I think so.
Okay. So I think we're good on that one. If you want to just do a draft for us or something, incorporating that language.
Yes.
Yep. Would we be looking to put both of these on for public hearing then at next meeting if we're in agreement on those? Counselors, are you comfortable with? I mean, I guess bottom line is the language that we discussed this evening, if it's incorporated and sent to us in a draft format, at our next regular meeting, we could add to set the public hearing for these both. And then there's still an opportunity to change things before we vote if we needed to.
Right.
During the regular agenda. So if there was anything that was still not quite what we wanted it to be, we don't have to do that. We don't have to take action.
Right.
But I think for
That sounds good.
in terms
Yeah,
of
we can put it for
expediency,
let's put both of them for public hearing. Next meeting.
Yeah, so that would put us on the 28th. I don't think we'd want to do it on the 4th. So that would put us either to the night of the 18th, which is our budget adoption, or to the night of the 25th of April.
Either one's works.
Yeah.
yeah, we
Fauna,
can
I
talk about
believe-
it at agenda setting and see which makes sense in terms of the agendas.
Correct. And Fauna, I believe both of those time periods would still get us in place for your application time period?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Perfect.
We'll take both of them that way.
All right. I found my agenda. That's a good thing. All right. So we are moving on now. We're all set with those. We're moving on to refunds. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $40.09 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Mankey. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is approval of minutes. We have before us this evening for our consideration the February 28th regular meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve those as written. Counselor Nagel? Oh, you're muted, Dave.
Sorry, I have a few corrections. They're-
Okay.
They're under, at the very beginning, the presentation for the Central Health District, Commissioner Borup's name is misspelled. It has two R's, Borrup. My name is misspelled once somewhere along later in the line, just to get picky there. And also comments that I made, I believe at the beginning, public response, within it, bullet 6.15, I talk about bullying, and throughout the whole comment, it talks about bowling. So just a little correction of the spelling of the word to Bullying, and it's consistent throughout it. Other than that, I believe it's okay.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion to accept the minutes with the corrections that you stated?
I make a motion to make the move the minutes as corrected.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Donahue. Any other discussion, counselors? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now on to new business. And we have first and foremost on our list, the request for a bid waiver for Blue Wing Services Public Safety Radio Project. James, I'll let you go ahead and explain this one.
Okay, so this is what we're calling at this point phase 2 of the radio project. Phase 1 was determination of the necessary materials and preparing for the order. We did that. At this point now, we are into the design and implementation phase. So Blue Wing Services has been with us since the beginning. They actually are sort of our, we'll just call them our owner's project manager on this project, so to speak. They've been through the first part of it. They're able to manage Motorola for us as well as the state issues, bring anything back to us to make sure that everything's moving along in a timely manner. I actually did sit in with a meeting on them last week with the IT director. We have our first meeting scheduled for the 20th, I believe, of this month to go over at their headquarters at Norcom to start looking through, making sure that we have everything necessary to move the project forward, determining what agencies are responsible for what duties to make sure that nothing gets left behind. So this waiver, because of the fact that is in excess of $30,000, and this is one of very few companies that actually manages this type of project and has been working so closely with us all along. That is one of the reasons we are requesting that bid waiver to continue with their services. It would be much harder to bring on a new entity and bring them up to speed on where we're at and be able to get this project implemented and completed. So as part of that, at the next meeting, I would propose putting a request for bid waiver on for your adoption. And you did receive in your folders a copy of that contract because it is security based. That's not releasable to the public.
Right. Okay. Council comment or question?
May I, Mayor? I just had a couple questions.
Council Page, go right ahead.
Did you just say, James, that the cost of this project, for the reasons you stated, is not public of this
No.
this phase?
No, the total cost of it works out to be just over $13,000 per month. So the overall cost of it exceeds our $30,000 bidding requirement in the charter.
Okay, and that
For
per
the
month
overall project, it'll be about 12 to 14 months is an estimate.
Okay.
So it will exceed our bid requirement.
And then, do you know if RFPs were put out originally for the Blue Wing, or was Blue Wing selected because of their specialized abilities?
Blue Wing was selected in the beginning to help us with the materials acquisition, and their cost at that time was under our bid requirements, so it didn't affect us.
Okay.
Because they've been on board for so long. Well, now we're going into nearly 3 years now. They're quite familiar with this project.
Okay, I just have two more questions quickly.
Certainly.
The scope of their services and this phase are outlined in the documents?
Correct.
And then the last question is, can you just briefly, again, I know it's a long night, give a status report on where we're at with this whole public safety radio project? I've had some folks in town say, where are we at and where are we headed?
Right now, we are still at least 6 months out, probably before we begin to receive any of the physical radios or anything that we need for implementation. We are literally in the moving through the design, not the design, so to speak, phase, but the design implementation phase.
Okay.
What will start happening, and the fire department, the police department, EMS, they'll all be receiving an email from me once I receive that from the vendor tomorrow. A request to review the materials that are part of the scope, determine that they are all the items that they requested and are necessary. There's nothing that needs to change, or there was a reduction in something, because our lease currently that we have in place, as you guys adopted, is that specific $4 million plus, and we've allocated that out over the next 7 years. So we want to make sure what we're buying is what we're getting. And with us locking the lease in, luckily we're not going to have any escalation on that one, but we are in that whole design implementation phase right now. So once we start that meeting on the 20th, we will be having up-to-date meetings once a week, I believe Mondays at 9 in the morning, to go over the project, determine what's been done, what needs to be completed, who's got a project that's still outstanding, what information needs to be pulled together. And we'll be all sharing that together to make sure the project gets completed.
Okay, thank you, James, and thank you, Mayor. I'm good, thanks.
Okay. I think after hearing kind of the rationale behind the request for the bid waiver, it makes sense to me. You know, typically we don't like to do bid waivers. That's not how we normally would do business. But the fact that this company's already been involved for so long, right, because that phase one was under the threshold of the bid, and they've proven themselves already and have the knowledge base that is needed to move into that next phase of the project. You know, for all those reasons, it makes sense to me that we would consider the bid waiver on this one and move forward and continue the progress that we've already started, and make sure that this process doesn't get interrupted by having to do an RFP, having to possibly switch companies if that were to, happen, and then bringing someone else up to speed on the project. So I think the fact that this company has already proven themselves and done a good job for us so far, I think it makes sense to move forward with this next time.
Yep.
Councilor Mankey?
Yeah, I agree. If we don't do the bid waiver, send it back out for an RFP, this just delays the project, and the company is already familiar with the project. It seems to be a smart move to do this. So I would just look forward to voting on this the next agenda.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands, so we'll move this to our next agenda for consideration.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, we are now beginning the fun part of budgets. We've all been holding our breath this evening. I know the Board of Ed has been waiting very patiently because they're first on the docket, but before they begin, I think you're going to give us a bit of an overview on the budget process and procedures.
I think Janet was going to jump in on that one
Oh,
for
great.
me.
Okay, welcome, Janet.
She might be away from the keyboard at the moment.
Okay. Oh, there she is.
There we are. I think.
Janet, I can't hear you.
Can't
Uh-oh.
even see her.
I can see her and her lips
Oh,
are
there
moving,
you go.
but she's not coming through.
Uh-oh.
You might have to do that little caret and test your microphone and speaker next to the little mic on the bottom left-hand corner. If you click the caret up and do test speakers and microphone.
Technology always gets in our way.
Or the ever famous log out and log back in.
Did you run the test?
I'm gonna push you over to be an attendee for a second, Janet, and then I'm gonna pull you back over as a participant. See if that takes care of it for you. Sometimes that'll just move it. Okay.
Oh, God.
Deputy Mayor.
Not even 9 o'clock.
I haven't had supper. I'm tired.
Oh, not working.
If you were here, I'd give you a little snack. I got my snack. I figured it was gonna be a long night.
It is going to be a long night, but it's important stuff. We got to listen.
Oh, for
Got to
sure.
get the energy level up.
Any luck, Janet?
No.
Oh, boy.
Do you want to try popping out of the meeting and jumping back in? I think I can go into Zoom and send you the invite again. I've got it anywhere around here. There it is. Too many windows. Janet. Send.
I apologize, folks. Technology is not always our friend. Hopefully Janet will be able to pop back in and have audio.
Reason Zoom doesn't want to be nice to me. I got that sent out, I think.
I'm going to keep an eye on the attendees window in case she pops in there.
While I'm doing that and waiting, Maureen. I'm going to pull over Bruce. It looks like Bruce might be the only one who's still on. Oh, maybe Mike Branda's on there too.
I see Beth. I'll pull her over.
You got, oh, okay.
Maggie.
I didn't get the MH part there. Okay.
And I wonder while we're waiting, can we test whether my screen share works
Yeah, go ahead.
to avoid a snafu? We don't need any snafus.
Seemed to be the night of snafus.
Yeah.
I did click on Beth and Michael also. They're
Okay,
still
yeah.
showing in the attendees, but they should pop over.
Yeah. Yep. They just showed over, and you came up just good, Maureen.
Perfect. I'm afraid if I stop share, it's going to cause trouble in a minute, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh no, I'll pull you back for right now. That's okay. You'll be all good.
All right. Thank you, James.
That's good. And unfortunately, Janet still doesn't have a microphone.
No, can you hear me now?
Yep. Now we got you.
I just switched computers. So
Oh.
yeah, if one doesn't work, just flip to another one.
Yep.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So just to give you a brief overview, most of the stuff that James went over in the public hearing applies. This is our first night doing our budget reviews. I will go over all the departments as we have in the past few years. If you have any questions that I can't answer, I will definitely take them down and get back to department heads and bring you back the answer the next meeting. It's going to be a pretty straightforward night tonight on this one. Saturday, of course, will be a much longer a day because we'll be doing CIP. Some of you have asked regarding more information on the CIP. Those books, I'm hoping, will be in your hands by the end of the week, so you'll have a good week to review them before we get to the meeting on the 25th. That's all I really had, and just hand it over to Dr. Brummett now.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Janet.
and you are free to take over the screen, Maureen.
Thank you very much. All right. Share. All right. Am I back where I was?
Yes, you're good.
Outstanding. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Welcome back, Counselor Anest.
Thank you.
And good to see you all tonight. I wish I could pass out virtual coffee after some of the most recent comments. I know you're already putting in a long night. We've walked in your shoes on the board side. So without further ado, I'm going to launch in. And as always, I'm always able to answer questions. And for folks that were early on from public comment that have since hopped off, I'm always more than happy to answer questions about the board budget and any issues regarding our budget, frankly. So I always like to start off.
Is your budget book online or no?
The budget presentation is online. I don't know if our book is online. That I can check.
Well, even if the presentation is on for that one person that asked, at least to kind of send them in that direction.
Absolutely, yeah. That's been online for over a week now, and I also put out a video with a narration of the budget.
Perfect.
So
Just
I like
one
to start
other
off.
Just one
Pardon
other quick. Can you send us a copy of this presentation?
Yes, I can.
Great,
I will
thank you.
absolutely do that. No problem. All right, so I'm going to start off with some quick celebrations, get us all excited about what's right in Newington Public Schools. As many of you probably already know, back in February, Anna Reynolds was acknowledged as a school of distinction for academic achievement in math. And in that upper corner of this slide are some state legislators and our Teacher of the Year and other teacher leaders in the school receiving an award. Our DECA program at the high school continues to achieve success at state, national, and international levels. We had a visiting team from the state, as well as an out-of-state team, visit E. Green and Anna Reynolds to observe promising practices in inclusive leadership. We continue to be recognized by the National Association of Music Merchants as a best community for music students. Next month, I have my superintendent network that I belong to. They wanted to come see our culturally responsive pedagogical practices at Wallace because things are going very well there. Our workforce diversity, which is one of our goals, has increased somewhat. We're not where we want to be, but it has increased to the extent where we've gone up from 4% to 7% of staff diversity, and our part-time or non-certified has gone from 7% to 23% diverse. We continue to use our professional learning communities at schools to look at all of our data and to make sure we're disaggregating it so that all of our students are getting an equal access to the curriculum. We're also working with CERC, which is a state education resource center, to refine our systems at the high school to make sure our intervention planning there is the best it can be. Our sports teams continue to do very well. The girls made it to the semifinals last night. They did not win, but they played hard. However, our co-op Nor'easters hockey team is going to the state finals next Monday. And as folks are aware, now is a very challenging time to be a teacher. At the board's request and with a lot of teacher support, we have a wellness committee meeting to explore ways that we can support staff wellness. Okay. For some reason, mine doesn't want to. There it goes. I really will quickly go over our demographics because that really plays into why our budget is the way it is these days. I'll have to admit it, now you're going to know my age, but the top of the chart shows when I was a freshman in high school. And you can see, and I don't want anyone doing math while I'm not looking. I started, when I was in high school, you can see that our diversity was pretty much non-existent. Very low percentages across the board. As you see the progression from now to present day, from then to present day rather, we see a tremendous increase in our diversity in Newington. And even in a year's time, or from 2018 to present, we're going up 2 full percentage points in special ed. We're going up 2.5 percentage points in our 504 students, kids who require an accommodation plan to their school day. Our EL population continues to grow. It grows throughout the year. We have now more than 30 languages in the district. When I send out those parent square messages, they're translated into multiple languages. Our free and reduced lunch continues to rise. And our open choice numbers, they're a little less than last year, but they're certainly higher than they were back in the 70s. And magnet schools, of course, didn't even exist until the late 90s. And why those come up at budget time is those 192 students, we have to pay for those kids as they head out to a magnet school. Our diversity is really illuminated on this chart, especially in our Hispanic culture. We've gone from 15% in 2011 to 26% in 2023. And concurrently, those numbers, as those numbers go up, our white population does go down. I know there's been some chatter about, well, are these diversities, the diverseness of our population attributable to open choice, the children that come in from Hartford? And that is not the case. We are highly diverse in our own right, and the open choice kids contribute very minimally to our diversity. Sometimes I get comments about, well, how do we all compare to other districts in our neck of the woods or in our DIRG relative to our staff student ratio? And as you can see in this chart, this is largely a good chunk of the districts who are similar to us. The state of Connecticut average is about 14.3 teacher student ratio, and we're at 14.7. And if you look at this entire DIRG chart, we're on the lower quarter of it. So by no means are we enrichedly staffed or above average in staffing. We're actually on the lower end of average. Here are the key budget drivers. A quick correction on the town manager's budget. I think there was still the old number prior to some of the reductions that were made, but I'll let everyone look at that later. But here are the key reasons why our budget ask is higher than it usually is this year. We started off in the hole. Last year, we had to add non-lapsing money to our budget layoffs. And what that is, for those that aren't familiar, is during the COVID years, particularly, we had budget realized savings. As many districts did, you didn't use all your staffing, you had buses not running, you had substitute teachers didn't need to be used. Those 2 years allowed us to set money aside in our non-lapsing money. But currently, over the last several years, we've had to use it to backfill lower budget increases. So this current fiscal year, we're slated to use about $2 million in non-lapsing, though we're trying to reduce that as much as possible. That has to be backfilled in this upcoming year's budget, or we're starting off in a big hole. We are really very diligent about pursuing any and all grants for which we're eligible for. Currently, we get close to $3 million in grants, from title grants to IDEA grants to open choice grants. These are all very helpful offsets. So that does help us along the way. And we usually put most of those grants to offset salaries. But you can see one of the biggest increases to our budget this year is salaries. And that is straight out of a contract. We cannot mess with that. We cannot deviate from that. Similarly, our employee benefits account for a 0.47 increase this year. Again, all mandated by contracts. Special education costs, though they went down slightly during the COVID years, fewer kids needed to be outplaced. There were fewer expenses, but we're now back to, those costs are going up every year again, and in this budget, it's about 0.8%. I believe I heard this even when the town manager gave his overview. Inflation is affecting our budget as well. Everything from utilities to supply chains to the cost of your typical products, food for our culinary programs, all that is going up. And that accounts for a 0.73% increase. Our curriculum is one of the minimal increases this year, but that is also a 0.42% increase. All the text, those things are all going up as a result of inflation. We anticipate using $1 million in non-lapsing fund in next year's budget. And that helps to offset next year's budget by 1.27%. And that's where we get down to the $4.6 million increase, or 5.95%.
Dr. Brummett, just quickly, I'm looking at the presentation you did back when you presented the budget at your board table. These are updated, but like the benefits and whatnot, how did those numbers change? Like the one I was looking at originally, it had 514,000 under the expense column for employee benefits. And now it says 369. So why is there such a big difference there?
We got a favorable update from, it's actually going to come up on the next slide. Let me show you.
All right.
No problem. Oops, got ahead of myself there, or behind myself. Okay. So these show the offsets that came into play during the iteration of all those budget meetings that were discussed. So we did just able to add or decrease our Medicaid offset, which reduced our budget. And Medicaid is money that we get back from the Medicaid charge outs for some of our children who are eligible for that. We can sometimes get reimbursement for speech and language and psychology services. Our offset looks like they're going up, so we increased that by 15,000. We had a few duplications in the budget, which allowed us to just kind of take them out, further lowering the budget. We reduced our reliance on the non-lapsing fund, our initial this year rather. So now we're able to apply that for next year. And I believe this will get at the mayor's question that we get agent of record updates periodically. Okay. And right before one of our budget meetings, I was given the update that we could shave off another $145,000 on our health benefit line item. So that's where we reduced it. That is noted on the previous page.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And then again, these are iterations over many nights. I think one night we looked at $300,000 less on the non-lapsing, and then the subsequent night we looked at another 100,000. So between all of these adjustments, we're down to 5.95%. COVID, though, luckily or thankfully, is no longer a big impact in terms of people getting sick. Our rates are very low in the schools right now. However, the 2 years of it continue to wreak havoc on our kids and on our staff. Our kids have significant social emotional behavior issues. Our staff are quite stressed as they deal with kids who maybe had no in-person schooling for a number of years and now have gaps. We are seeing a nice closure in our reading gaps, but our math gaps, similar pretty much to the state and nation, are still problematic. And we are a little less than what the state averages, but we have had a lot of staff turnover during these post-COVID years. Our certified staff turned over almost by 11%. That's unheard of. And our non-certified staff by 37%. And a lot of our certified staff are leaving to exit from the teaching profession altogether. You know, what do our staff need now? They need job security. As I believe someone mentioned during public comment, if there is a fear of layoffs within our budget, you will see immediately people going to seek other jobs because they can. There are other jobs out there, and that really will create a problem for us. We are largely fully staffed. We always struggle to maintain our paras and tutors. Certified staff, I believe we are largely staffed. We might need some long-term subs, but that could change if people feel like there's a threat to their job security. This budget really is a continuation of current programs. There are very minimal program enhancements in this budget. And again, we have a lot of mental health issues right now. I will tell you that this week alone, we've had 2 ambulances sent to one of our schools for children in emotional crisis, and that is increasing all the time. So we need to also continue to offer our teachers the training they need to deal with these issues. We, again, as mentioned previously, we are leveraging grants to the maximum amount possible. We've used ARP, ESSER, and title grants, and because of that, we are able to continue with most of our ESSER funding. We did reduce 1 coach and an interventionist, so they are out of the budget for next year when some of those fundings went down, but we are able to maintain some of the others. Here are some of the minimal increases. We're adding 3 new courses at the high school. Both are a part of our work toward equity. We have a very large Portuguese population at the high school, so we want to offer that as a world language. It's also something that a Portuguese student who's an English language learner could take and get a world language credit. And we wanted to bring back a theater class. The adding of these 3 classes required no additional staffing and minimal curriculum writing costs. We are going to expand our pre-K program. We're offering 2 full-day, full-week programs. Not sure of the location yet, other than it won't be at Reynolds because of the construction, but all of that will be offset by tuition. There'll be no additional costs. We now have enough kids at the high school. There are more than 20 children at Newington High who are Spanish language speakers. And because of that, by state law, we have to add more services. Now, my curriculum department wanted to add a teacher, but we decided that we could try it with a tutor, which is going to be a substantially less expensive way to go. We currently have a part-time special ed director, special ed assistant director, who is retiring. She's already in the budget as a part-time individual. We would like to balance the rest of her salary under a grant. Why are we adding that position now? Because our special ed percentages have gone up 2 to 3% in the last 3 or 4 years. And we did an exit survey where some of our special ed teachers have left, and they cite lack of support from special ed administration as the reason, because our special ed administrative team is spread so thin that they have very little time to provide special ed teacher oversight or training. And it does result in a lot of challenges for us. Again, part of that position is already in the budget and the other part's in a grant. So that does not affect our increase next year. There were many things brought forth to me during the budget process that are not in this budget. We would have liked them, but I believe that everyone is quite clear that we need to just focus on absolute essentials right now. We've years back, they cut grade 7 world language at the middle schools. They try to bring it back every year, but we didn't feel this was the right time. We could really benefit from a new engineering teacher at the high school, as we have more and more aerospace academy kids coming up from the middle level, but we decided we could make do another year. There was a request to enhance our career development department with a director. We decided that's not going to happen. And Martin Kellogg asked for a math intervention teacher, which we did not recommend. Was also a proposal for an SEL counselor at the high school. We have a growing number of students that are using marijuana at the high school, very, very comparable to other schools, but we're trying to do things about that. We've decided, though, to go for this position through a grant process. And while we weren't awarded in the first round, we are in the process of applying for the second round. What would happen of any reductions to the 5.95% that was put forth? Again, we're already using this budget should exhaust our non-lapsing fund monies that we were able to set aside from the pandemic. If cuts do have to happen, there will be losses to, it's very difficult to cut a classroom teacher because you've got to have someone in front of the kids. But often you would cut the support staff like the social workers or the BCBAs, ML teachers, interventionists. I can tell you, because we had to analyze this data to write that grant, we are seeing 5 times the number of kids who are accessing their counselors. We've got lines out the door for those kids. We are calling 911 or 211 on a regular basis at all 3 levels, more middle and high, but there are even elementary kids who are in crisis. And this is impacting our school culture and climate because teachers are spread extremely thin. And this is not unique to Newington. I talk to colleagues all the time, and everyone is reporting similar challenges. And when you reduce staffing, you can experience higher class sizes, legal issues if special ed services are reduced, student achievement. Again, I've mentioned our maths is an area that we're still coming back from. And sometimes when you cut a budget, you increase the fees to parents or stakeholders, which, it's either way, there's going to be an impact to people. Again, these budget increases are historic since 2016. And it's important to know, and I think I showed it in a previous slide, that, typically every year, our basic costs just to keep salaries and benefits going is over 2%. So when there's been years of less than that, and then you add other, inflation and other things that come into play, it is, in many years, we've had to rely on that non-lapsing fund to make ends meet. So here's the current status based on the town manager's recommendation. His reduction at this time is a $1.9 million reduction. Kind of breaking it down, the budget proposed by the town manager would be a 3.5% increase. But what we have to consider is we have to backfill the non-lapsing fund, which is a 2.57% increase out of the gate for us this year. And again, we did that last year to avoid layoffs. I do recall, and I was grateful that the town and the board were on the same page, that they did not want layoffs. So we agreed collaboratively to do a few things, one of which was to use the non-lapsing fund. Looking at those numbers, the only thing left to apply to a new budget this year, given those numbers, is 0.93%. And as you can see, here are the budget drivers that I've already talked about: salaries, benefits, special ed, all other. All other includes the curriculum costs, the supply chain costs. Those add up to about 1%. And our total needed budget, when you take all that into play, is 4.58. So now we have a shortfall of 2.45%. I believe it was stated earlier by both people on the town council as well as speakers that what can we do to collaboratively try to bridge this gap? And I do believe there are things that still could be done. I proposed, and I don't know that it's in this budget, but we proposed utilizing the health benefit credit to offset next year's budget. I did send a draft MOU to the town manager. We also, at the same time, we are getting more money in open choice special ed revenues. What that means is when we have open choice kids in the district, they are fully reimbursed for their special ed costs. And as those go up, we get more revenue. Right now, that money is earmarked for the CIP account. But through this draft MOU, we would be able to offset the budget if the town were to see fit. We also believe, every day we analyze our budget, because after every payroll, you see what is kind of projections to the end of the year. We are in a spending freeze. The only thing going through right now are necessary repairs or absolute critical curricular expenditures. So we continue to analyze how that might affect our monies at the end of the year. We analyze line items to see if we've overestimated for next year. And I look forward to the opportunity. Our Board of Finance Subcommittee needs to meet again, after we've now experienced some of these projections, and then maybe collaborating with our counterparts at the town to discuss other options. So I know capital is something you'll talk about at another night. I want to thank the town manager. He did fund in his recommendations, the budget replacement cycle, not the budget, the bus replacement cycle, as well as the board CIP. So that also is where we now put our technology, and that's been super helpful as to have that placeholders for those two very important items. There's a little money in the capital for security. We were surprised that John Wallace didn't, I guess there was a concern that it really can't be a pay-as-you-go project, though we'd love to have an opportunity to discuss that further. Obviously, tonight's not the night, but we would welcome the opportunity to have, and it would need to be, I respectfully request that it would be an executive session, because some of the major issues that John Wallace right now have to do with safety and security. And I would like to, talk about that privately, so we're not putting any breaches toward our security system. So I believe that's it. The only further step now is for us to continue to discuss what further information the town might need, what we can do to collaborate. And I will be scheduling a finance subcommittee on my end with Chair Yap and the rest of the committee to go further on these discussions. So with that, I will see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brummett. I do see a couple of board members in the attendees window. I've been clicking promote to panelists, but it's up to them if they accept it or not. So I see Michael Branda is still there, and I see Beth is still there. I think Ms. Yap moved over. I don't see anyone else in there from Board of Ed. But counselors, will open it up to council comment. Counselor Anist?
Thank you, Mayor. Superintendent Brummett, I have a question. The positions that you have, grant funded, what's going to happen when those grants expire?
So going back to that slide, in that slide, if I can get to it, not all of those grants are going to expire. Some of them are title grants, IDA grants, and open choice grants. Those will continue. So in this $2.9 million, next year, just under $1 million of that will expire. So we have two possibilities there. Some of the positions will have to go away. And when we did hire those folks, they were made aware of that. That is the ARP ESSER money that everyone's heard about. And the only other opportunity besides those folks kind of heading back to their previous positions or going to other opportunities is if we can look at other grant opportunities. So that's the possibility there. But of those grants, about 900,000 to $1 million is going to go away. The rest will continue forward. And chances are there is some legislation right now that I've been supporting at the state level, as has Representative Turco, House Bill 5003, which would provide additional offsets next year to the town or board budget, depending on how they write it or pass it.
Thank you.
Other council comment? Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Dr. Brummett. Can you just say a few more words about the potential effects of losing that support staff, social work and other mental health support staff, given the pandemic and the impacts on our kids and families? How does that, and I know you can't necessarily translate it exactly, but or precisely maybe, but how does that impact learning and advancing our children and so forth?
All I can say with without getting into personal issues, is that at every level, I see kids who are just really suffering. And, full disclosure, if I bring a child into my office who's been using marijuana at school, and we have a long discussion about that, and that's where they discuss consequences as well. And without a doubt, those students are telling me, I've got depression, I've got anxiety, I have coping mechanisms, but those are my words, not theirs. But they're literally in my office very upset. And we are working on how do we best support those kids, but that's just one slice of a very complex pie. It also translates at the younger level to severe behavior issues, which results in kids needing the support of a behavior analyst or a behavior tech or the social worker. At the middle level, we've had to create additional programming for behaviorally disordered children who need more supervision or supports during the day. So, those are all pieces that are critically important to keeping the students moving forward and learning even with their challenges. But the number of kids requiring that kind of support is on the uptick, certainly in Newington, and I've heard it from my colleagues statewide.
No, I appreciate that. And I ask because I think sometimes we can think of counseling or other services as something that possibly needs to happen somewhere else. Schools are there to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. But I think if we, when we scratch the surface and hear more detailed reports, we understand that if our brains and our bodies and our psychology isn't able to or ready to learn, then we don't learn. And so those are related. And I appreciate you spelling that out with some examples. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko. Oh, Gail, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Brummett, I actually tried reading your book. And I may be getting into the weeds a little bit here, but I've noticed in several areas of like basic services and assumptions, there is kind of a large discrepancy with the assumptions on the Board of Ed side versus the town side in terms of, let's say, electricity, general repairs on vehicles, 48% for the Board of Ed, 10% for the town. Fuel cost, 144% for the Board of Ed. Definitely not that for the town. Electricity, 41% for the Board of Ed, much less for the town. I think it's for the town was at 1.4%. Natural gas, 18% for the Board of Ed. Custodial supplies up 10%, contracted services 25%, but yet on the town side, we're flat. Who or how shouldn't the cost of some of these basic necessities or, oil, electricity, gas, repairs for vehicles, motor vehicles, whatever, shouldn't the increases be somewhat similar?
That sounds like a really good question that I'm going to kick over to Lou.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, as far as illustrations of the calculation that supported some of these items, and I'd like to start with electricity because I believe it's probably the biggest individual item that's in the budget at $1 million plus for services for the whole district. Right now, we're coming off of a long-term supply side contract with Constellation Energy, where we're paying 7.53 cents per kilowatt hour for all of the consumption we have across all the school buildings, which is just under 5 million kWh for the overall year. Our contract expires this coming December, and right when the budget was being computed, assessed 7-8 weeks ago, the approximate renewal prices were up over 13 cents per kilowatt hour for a supply side contract at that time. When our contract was taken out 4 years ago, we were very fortunate. We caught it near the bottom of the market, and we've been reaping those benefits for a number of years. Now, where we have 7-8 months to go before our contract expires, the market for the replacement contract is pretty volatile right now. And we've been I've been reluctant to really pursue trying to lock in just yet, hoping we get another downturn of pricing where we could have a more favorable opportunity. If you think of the costs that are involved in that at about 5 million kWh, and you have a 1 cent increase in your price on your supply side, that's $50,000 more for the budget requirement. So we were in the neighborhood of, minimum 4 cents a kilowatt hour we were looking at. So we were somewhere in that $200,000 range, where for a half a year was, $110,000, somewhere around there for what the ad was for that particular element. We also have the 3 solar power plants coming online. 4 solar power plants coming online in the near future. Because of supply chain issues, they have not been able to get their electric switchgear, which is the driver for all the panels that are on the roofs. The panels are in at 3 of the 4 schools. They just don't have the other part of the equipment. And that's not scheduled to arrive till sometime near the end of May for those 3. And hopefully they'll be installed and operational sometime in the next 6 weeks after that. The 4th project is the high school. That's still in the design phase and assessment on their part, and that has not started with even the distribution of panels on the roof. I haven't talked to them for a few weeks. I don't have a better ETA, but that was looking like an October timeframe for that getting done. So we had items that are going up. We have items coming down, because if we're able to offload about 1.6 million of kWh to the solar power panels at about 6 cents a kilowatt hour, we can save a substantial amount of money doing that. But again, they have to be operational. And right now we have a plan for, or the assumptions that go with it are that 3 of the 4 will be online sometime this summer, with the 4th one being online in October. So those elements go into the calculation that's there. The natural gas, the 18%, is basically what the CNG tariff is. Right now, there's not meaningful competition in the natural gas market in Connecticut. And we're basically buying off the tariff that they have. So that's
but for example, under the town side, where it's just a 4.6% increase there that they're estimating for the energy costs.
I can't speak. I didn't collaborate with them on their calculations. I just know what ours are.
Well, I guess my suggestion is because there's all these other things. There's like, the repair costs for a vehicle is pretty much flat for, in on the vehicles and equipment in the town. And yet under the, we're talking 48% increase in repair cost, operational costs, just I don't know, it just seems to me that we're in one geographical location, basically should be using the same vendors, subject to the same inflationary pressures. It just seems to be that there's, these differences add up. If somebody's estimating their costs are going to go up 20% and the other side is saying it's going to stay flat, I don't understand it. So that's one.
Obviously, we're not buying the same things necessarily, or doing the same type of repair work in the different areas. I'm pretty certain that we subcontract a substantially larger percentage of our work because of what's necessary to be done, rather than doing it in-house. And we're vulnerable to all of the cost pressures that the vendors have that get passed along to us. Obviously, if we had a full in-house staff to do a significantly greater portion of this work, we would have some cost control because of the labor contracts we have that we currently don't have the opportunity to really take advantage of for major work right now. I'm sorry, did I answer enough of your questions, Gail, or do you need?
It answered my questions, I guess, but I just think in the future, we should be all pretty much using the same basic, estimates on what's going to happen with some of the resources that we use. That's all. But second of all, I do have a question, and I guess this is more for Maureen. And I know it's not really that significant in the overall, but I noticed when I was going through some of the programming for supplies like art, I don't know, English language arts, the supplies basically double, like for under English and language arts from 56,000 appropriated last year to 132,000 this year requested, and like supplies under the art program was appropriated 18,000 last year, and now it's up to 42,000. Those are pretty significant increases just for supplies. And what's difficult, I think, when reading through some of this stuff, and just a suggestion, I mean, you looked at it, and I'm assuming that these are warranted, although it does seem quite significant jump percentage-wise. It's hard to discern. You show what's appropriated, what was appropriated in the prior year, but you don't show the actual. Help us in determining, was all the money spent last year, what percentage increase did it go up to? Without the actuals, it's kind of hard to say, was the budgeting done appropriately, because all we see is the appropriation. That's just a general comment, but I was questioning, particularly on those two programs, the significant increase in the supply costs. And then one more question, and I'm sorry, this will be it. Under transportation, it says description of the present program. The district-owned program includes the operation of 35 school buses, 5 mid-side buses, 8 wheelchair minibuses, 9 to 22 passenger buses, 7 vans for athletic transportation. Of the town fleet, 10 full-sized buses, 2 mid-sized buses, 7 wheelchair buses, and 5 vans are used as spares. Does this mean that those numbers of vehicles are just kind of sitting there every day, waiting for something to break down?
I wouldn't say they're waiting. Oh, good. You gonna answer?
Because I didn't get a chance to respond to the
Sure.
ELA and art question.
Okay.
We'll double check those numbers, Gail, but what I believe those are for ELA and art, and we also will double check the utility numbers to see if the town has some sort of better opportunity than what we've looked at. But for ELA and art, or some items that you might have noticed, last year we did try to buy a few things ahead, which is a good thing because it reduces your ask, but it's a bad thing in the second year of it where there's an increase because you sort of had a deflation in the previous year's ask. But we will double check all those numbers. And Lou, I'll let you respond to the actuals, whether that's ever been a practice. As for the buses, and Lou can add to this answer as well, we have to maintain some spares because buses go under repair, or this year alone, there have been 3 bus accidents, not our fault in any of them, which takes 3 buses immediately offline. And then you have to have a way to backfill them immediately. So no, they're not there. They're typically either under repair or maintenance, and these backfill those buses. So, but Lou, I'll ask you to add in any details that I did not.
Yep. All of the school buses have a mandated repair cycle that has to be documented each year for different levels of the type of repairs, such as the oil changes, the air brakes, the transmissions. There's a number of things that are built into those schedules that have to be addressed. When we take a bus over to DATCO for service, it's typically unavailable for a couple days because of them needing a diagnosis, depending on how quickly and easily any repairs need to be done. The spares also function for field trip work when we need it. So on days where there is events going out to support school academic activities, the spare buses function as their 4 to 6 buses needed for various field trips that are ongoing. And when you have 45, 48 full-size buses plus the minivan or the minibuses that are all the yellow painted buses, there's something like 52 or 54 vehicles that are, of that ilk. They have to go through the regimens of the repair cycles all the time. And basically on any day, you probably have 3 vehicles in on their service cycle between everything that we have. So it's surprising that how quickly things get tight, because besides the 40 or so regular runs for the day, and then you have a field trip run, you have athletics going, you've got 50 buses on the road simultaneously. And all of a sudden, what happened to all the buses? Because it's definitely not all day, every day, but there are more occasions than you'd be aware of that there is significant supplemental work going on. The vans that we have, where there's 7 of those, I believe was the count that you mentioned.
Right.
That is the only place where there's slack, but it's slack during the school, the regular school year. Those vehicles are used all day, every day during the summer sessions, where we have to take small groups of children's or individual students here, there, and everywhere to sustain whatever their mandated summer program is. So they don't get quite the utilization they should during the September to June, but they are 100% used June, July, August in the rotation of how the school operations go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Lou, and thank you, Dr. Brummett, for looking into that other thing. Thank you very much. And this, again, it took a long time, but I did read through and was impressed.
Okay.
No, and we will double check your areas of concern, Gail. And Lou, I don't know if you wanted to respond to the actuals versus appropriated question.
Yeah, I mean, that, because in our book, at least, it really does help me question and say, okay, they really didn't spend all that much. They were appropriated, 50,000. The actuals, even and the actuals are able to be projected out. They don't really need this significant amount of increase. And also, our question, well, what happened? What happened last year? What happened? So it would really help.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Mankey?
Yeah, I just have a few questions. And again, thank you for your presentation. I think it was pretty informative, and I'd like to get a hard copy because I'm a hard copy guy. My first question is, and I kind of know this from knowing people in the field, but teachers are leaving the profession. That's not just Newington wide or statewide. Is that all over?
It's a national concern, yes. And honestly, there's districts in Connecticut that are far more challenged.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that there's places that can't get teachers because people don't want to teach anymore.
Yes.
What are some of the reasons they don't want to teach anymore?
My opinion on that is, stress. Pardon me?
Right. Well, yeah, I think we're all stressed and we all have low morale, I think, no matter what profession we're in. But I think in teachers, it's more. So you think it's more stress?
More stress. I will also say, and this is where I advocate at the state, that unfunded mandates or the ongoing more things on a teacher's plate continues to rise. And, that's something I advocate for strenuously against. I believe I recently heard a statistic that in the last 5 years, there's been 120 more mandates placed on education. And mind you, not all of them directly trickle down to classroom, but they are, things that have to be done, different teaching methodologies, or this whole reading mandate now that's created such a stir that I'm fighting very strenuously, because if they make us change our reading program in Newington, we're looking at a huge price tag. So it is that pressure of more things to do, kids are more complex. You know, probably 5 years ago, many of our teachers didn't have kids who didn't speak English. Now they have them couple, 2, 3 kids per classroom might not speak English. And they're coming in throughout the year. So those are just a couple examples that are adding to the complexity of what our teachers are dealing with, the behavior issues, the special needs, and just the nuances that every child needs something slightly different to be successful.
It seems to me that most teachers who are going to teaching are really talented teaching kids, but we're making them do more filling out reports and
absolutely
learning new things in there, and they're spending less time teaching kids is what they're kind of going in for. But
I think you've hit the nail on the head. And I mean, our special ed teachers this year had to grapple with a state mandated system for their paperwork, and it was a complete and utter disaster.
And still is.
Still is. The mayor would speak to that firsthand. We advocated for that to be postponed a year because we could see that that was a train wreck ready to hit, and it did. And they would not listen to us. We testified, we argued. So, you know, sometimes we just can't seem to, and sometimes we are successful, but some of those things that could have been avoided are coming into play. So I think you seem to understand some of the real issues here.
yeah, I talked to a lot of teachers in my life, so.
Yeah, I think you might know a few.
My other question is, I was interested with your comments on the support staff. Would it be possible for me to get a kind of a breakdown of how many support staff we have, where they are, and what they do? Because I'm not quite sure what the difference between a sociologist, sorry, Mitch, or a psychologist or a behaviorist. So if I could get a breakdown of that, that would help me.
Absolutely. I had to research that recently for the grant, so I can pull that together very quickly.
Okay, and you also mentioned in your presentation that the board is already taking steps to save money this year. What steps have you taken
to save money this year, heading into next year?
Yeah. So we're cut costs this year. I mean, I as somebody said in calling, I think, and maybe it's just me, but I'm pessimistic, but I see that the economy is going to take a downturn here, and we're all going to be tightening our belts, not just school systems or towns, but my individual belt's going to have to get tightened because as prices of eggs go up, I have eggs for breakfast less than I used to. So I think we're all going to have to start taking measures to save where we can. So what steps have you taken, or do you propose to take in the coming budget year?
Well, I certainly, the budget you see tonight looked vastly different 3 months ago. I cut a ton of things out of it. I didn't allow for things to go forward. We cut, like I said, almost 2 full positions going into next year's budget. I will look again at the budget, especially some of the areas that Gail noted that were on the higher end, to make sure we didn't miss anything there. We went through this budget with a fine-tooth comb to make sure there were no duplications. Anything that wasn't essential is not in the budget. So things like, and we've also leveraged and looked more closely at our grants to see if we're getting as much out of them as possible. We've applied for additional grants. And we just don't, I get a lot of requests that come across my desk, and many of them, I've got a big fat no button on my desk. It's red. I use it frequently.
Just to refresh, my book is upstairs and I'm downstairs here in the basement. What did you originally propose for an increase? And when I went to
well, I believe what we brought forth to the board initially was 6.66%. What came to me from the schools was over 9%. So
right,
I'm sorry, say that again.
I think when you look at this budget book, every department they asked for more than they're actually going to get.
Oh, absolutely.
I think I asked more than I'm going to get out of it. Yeah.
We did have a lot of flat funded areas. Unfortunately, those don't grab attention as much as ones that go up quite a bit, but we got a lot of flat funded areas, or some reductions too, some negatives.
So you cut like almost less than 1% out of the budget from what you proposed in February to what's now.
That is correct.
Less, no, not less, yeah, well, not percent, yeah, but 1%. Okay, thank you.
All right. Counselor Page?
Just one more question, Dr. Brummett. Can you just reiterate, you said on the last, I think, 6 years, you've had a 1.7% increase. Is that right, on average?
Yes, this is the slide. I don't know, I'm still, I believe, projecting. This would be the sum total of the last 7 years.
Right. And people can check me on this. I think the consumer price index in the last several years on average is 2.55%. So you've essentially been cutting well below the actual just standard inflation rates of inflation, haven't you?
Correct, because our contracts dictate quite a bit. And of course, we have more employees. We have, because we're bigger. So our, when everything goes up, it's at a bigger magnitude on the board side because we have more departments, more things that have to function. So yes, we are functioning with budgets that are not quite on par with inflation.
And that's year after year after year, you do a 0.5% or 1% less than actual inflation. So you have been living with a tight belt for years. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I see that we have a Board of Ed member, Ms. Yap is on and has her hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Yap.
Hi, I just wanted to ask a couple questions. Just to address Counselor Page, that is correct. We are year after year having a tight budget. I do also want to point out, I wasn't sure if you know this, as I am the chair of finance, that we are one of only 2 towns left in our DERG with a non-lapsing fund. So that may make a difference as to why we have such a small increase. I wanted to comment on a few things. One of the questions asked, I think it was by Councilor Mankey, was what are we doing to, increase savings and things like that. So one of the things that we discussed, myself, Dr. Brummett, Lou, and a couple others, was the offset of the Medicaid program. And there was an offset this year that we found. We do get reimbursement. So that's something that we are going to advocate for. If parents of low-income families who are on Medicaid, if they sign a form, then we can get some sort of reimbursement. The challenge with that is getting the parents to fill out the form to give the money back to the town and the schools. A lot of parents think that they'll lose their outside benefits if they do sign this form, but it actually is something that will help the school system. It covers physical therapy, occupational, speech, behavioral, whatever the kid needs, like ABA. And, that is something that we are working on. If we could get every parent that was on Medicaid to fill out the form, we'd see a larger offset. But at this point, we don't have that. So I know, Dr. Brummett, we were speaking about that. I know legislation is thinking about, making it so we don't have to ask possibly, but that is another way we are saving. So I wanted to answer that. My second thing was to Dr. Brummett, we were talking about the reading program. I know we applied for a waiver, but what does that look like? And I just want to be clear because this is something that I've been passionate about. What does it look like if we don't get the waiver granted?
Well, there is legislation that has been put forth to delay all of this a year, which I do believe is going to go through. We should find out about our waiver, although I shouldn't say that with certainty, by the fall. And then we will have the opportunity, if they don't approve our program, which I will continue to fight for, we would still have another full year to plan for that. So it will not affect next year's budget regardless.
But we should plan for that just in case we don't get approved. We still have to pay for it. It was a huge, and do you remember what that amount was? How much that would cost
for Newington?
100,000.
For Newington to buy a brand new reading program would be $600,000 or $700,000 conservatively. I know it was estimated statewide a couple $100 million. And just to put it in perspective, close to 100 school districts have applied for a waiver, and there's only 169. Only 11 districts use the state approved programs, which, by the way, don't have a great track record. So my colleagues and I, in our capacity with CAPS, are still fighting that. We've talked to many legislators, but in the meantime, yes. Short answer to your question, Ms. Yap, is we should think about that for next year's budget, not this coming year, but the following year. If this still is not clear, we will have to look at reading programs.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Just wanted to make a quick comment. Counselor Page, you had mentioned about the increases over the years, but one of the questions I had asked of Dr. Brummett when I was at the board meeting, and I think I forwarded all the answers that I received out to the whole council, was looking at that non-lapsing as well as buy-aheads as well as surpluses. And so even though we've had some lean years, at the end of each of those years, we've managed to put money into the non-lapsing. We've had surpluses returned to the town, which we are extremely grateful for because that offsets our expenditures out. And then we've had the opportunity to do some buy-aheads out of budget. So when I'm looking at those and you kind of add up the 6 years, which this year's number is not in there. So really it's from 2016 to 2022 are the numbers that were provided. There was over $4 million put into the non-lapsing, which those are surplus dollars. Those are dollars left at the end of the school year, similar to what we would have if we have any on our side. It would go back into the general fund. And then buy-aheads are great. They certainly serve a purpose, but again, those are dollars that are in this year's budget that are extra, or I don't want to say extra, I don't mean it like that, but there are monies that are left at the end of the year because of good practices and because there were things that happened during the year that afforded us, to still have some money left at the end of the year. So we did have some lean budget years, but there was still money at the end of those years. It wasn't that we were operating in the red at the end of the year or having difficulty meeting the needs. There were still those surpluses at the end of those years. So I think that's encouraging news. I think that's good, but it's something for us to look at. If we were budgeting in those years and had those excesses, then, did we take that into account when looking at this year? And those are the things that we need to consider too. Councilor Page, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so Mayor, not as a point of argument, really, because you've been doing this a lot longer than I have. Maybe you can just educate me a little bit more on this, which is, so when we say the budget last year was 2 point something percent going to the board, say 4.6, I think, or yeah, 2 point,
Yeah.
okay, 4.6. Are you, and is Dr. Brummett saying, so you can educate me, that number does not include the incorporation or the return of non-lapsing funds, or under the MOU, the dollars that were returned from the health benefits fund?
Right. So, well, go ahead.
So for last year, we did not have any money returned to the town with the because we used non-lapsing money last year to get through the budget. Had we had no non-lapsing money last year, we would have been about negative 400,000 or negative 500,000. But where that health benefit credit comes in is that's money that comes back to us through an MOU that
right
would normally be spent on something during the year, but we are not doing that. We're putting it aside and hopefully giving it back to the town again this year. We're proposing 156. Last year it was a bigger number.
Right.
The 2 big years where we had a lot of money for non-lapsing were the 2 years of COVID, where it just was an atypical expenditure year, where, we just didn't have the expenses that we would typically have because buildings were shut down or partially used, or buses, or all the things that weren't traditionally running. In all fairness to the mayor's comment, I think it's incumbent upon us at the board level to continue to look at that, to make sure that every line item is appropriately funded. And to Ms. Draco's point, what are your actuals and are you really budgeting carefully? So, we're going to go take another sweep at this budget to make sure we're not overestimating anything. And as time goes on too, we can see where our actuals are and can we reduce anything as a result of that. That even happened 2 months of the board process.
And the last question, I promise, Mayor. So then, just so I understand it, is it an equivalent to say that the way we use the general fund to take millions and millions and millions of dollars out to help balance our budget, that's what the Board of Ed does with their non-lapsing fund?
With one exception, our non-lapsing fund is limited. It's like we can only put a 1% amount each year, and it doesn't necessarily get replenished. Like we're using it this year. We're not putting any money in. We used it last year. We're not putting any money in. And probably by next year, it'll be gone. Whereas I'm certain the general fund does get replenished because you get revenues. So that's the difference. But it, either way, both bodies are able to use the money as an offset. It just
Right.
looks a little different on the back end.
Thank you both very much.
Counselor Menke?
Yeah, maybe it's my understanding that the money we take out of the general fund pays the budget, not the town budget, but the entire budget. So some of that money goes to pay the town budget, but someone else goes to help pay to offset the cost of the Board of Education budget. Is that correct, Janet, if you're still on?
Oh, I'm still here, and yes, that is correct. That goes to offset the town, the Board of Ed, bonded debt, CIP. It's as a whole. That's not just designated to say that taking from the general fund is just for the town.
Okay, that was my understanding. So I just want to make that clarification. It's not just for us, the town side. It's for us, the Board of Education side and the town side, and it helps the taxpayers in total. Thank you.
Okay. James, you have your hand up?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple questions because unfortunately Maureen and I did not get a chance to sit down and discuss the budget in any detail. When I was speaking with my superintendent at the highway department, they had indicated that our current fuel contract is only at about a 2.90 cost per gallon versus the estimated average that you're currently showing at 4.58. What is that showing as an overall gallons for the full year, and why is that cost shown so high?
I'm going to ask Lou to field that.
Which line are you looking at, Jim? Was it?
I'm in transportation 2700.
Yep. Okay.
Under your program improvements and changes, it's showing a fuel cost of 144% with a contracted 1.87 to a 4.58 average, even though we're locked in through December of this year at a 2.9.
Is that? Hang on, I gotta pull that up for a second.
Okay.
I just know in coming off from the $1.83 contract we had, we were on floating rate. The cost of diesel's been up over $5 a gallon. Right.
Correct.
Now,
We're on floating for diesel, yes, but right now we're still locked in for gas.
Correct. That happened about a month ago. And it's somewhere around $3 a gallon.
Correct. 2.9087.
Okay. Just 1 second here.
No problem. That was one just sort of caught me off guard. While I'm going through on that one, and Maureen, you might be able to answer this one, or Lou, in addition, under the plant operations, it indicates a rubbish removal for town hall. I believe those are the dumpsters that are handled through the town hall generally, correct? You guys don't pay for that rubbish collection separately. It's the 2 dumpsters we have outside adjacent to the police department?
Right. I'm not sure. No, we don't pay for those, but we pay for all of them at our schools, plus
Okay.
any extras that we need during the year for de-junking things, other, elimination of bulky wastes that are there.
Okay, yeah, because I'm showing that as a rubbish removal under, it looked like it was dumpsters for 11,120 under the 2620 plant operation. So I thought that was unusual to show up under that account.
Is that account a town hall account?
That
For
one's
rubbish removal is like
yeah, that says rubbish
$75,000.
removal, annual cost of rubbish removal, and it's specifically called out under the 30, which is the town hall. So that's under the 594.
Right, it's 77,680, 660. Right, and
Correct.
you're looking specifically at the 30 account?
Yeah, the 30 account is specifically the town hall location. That's the Board of Ed offices.
Well, it's also our bus garage operation. That is part of that.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. It was a little unusual that we call it out for there. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's incorporates what's, their waste activities.
That explains more of the lower cost on it.
Okay, all right, so now going back to the
fuel.
The fuel, yeah. I know we're all seeing cost craziness on that one.
Are you all set, James? Or are you still working on it?
Oh, no, he's checking something.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. In looking at our, when I did this analysis, it was done about a month, mid-month in February. And the trend line I'm showing was that we were going to be at $96,000 for gasoline purchases in this fiscal year against 60,000 last year. The average cost last year was $1.85. We started out at $1.84 in our contract. The gas went up to a maximum of $3.22, and it's forecast out at $2.88 a gallon for the rest of the year. The gallons consumed are up a bit from last year. We're at 36,000. For this year was 33,000 last year. And there have been additional new runs. We had many more demands on our small vehicle fleet to do specialized runs for handicapped students and special ed issues in town. So that's reasonable, for this year's change in operations. On the right now in next year's forecast, my understanding is that's a January transition in that contract, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
So I'm in at $2.88 a gallon through mid-year. And as of this point, I have us at $3.60 for the rest of the year.
Okay. So then how do you get to a 4.0? You get to a 4.58 average because you're averaging diesel with that as well.
Right. Right. And that's been much higher. That was as high as I'm showing 479 for 1 month as the highest individual month. So, we've got 440, 479, 435, and we're carrying it out $4 a gallon for the into the future here.
How far back do you keep your tracking on amount used on average?
Well, this I have 2 years here in front of me. I update this every year, for what's here, but I have 21, 22 year and 22, 23 year in front of me.
Okay, because my understanding is we actually charge you back for the fuel that's used that we purchase. So
that's correct. Yeah.
My assumption it would be in the same ballpark in cost amounts. You'd get those from highway, correct?
Correct, but they don't have a contract on diesel. They have chosen
Right, that's a float.
And we've had significant volatility over the last 6 months, and exactly where it's going to be 6 months or a year from now is what we have to anticipate in the budget.
Okay. Another question would be primarily on supplies. Do you also use the correct marketplace for acquisition of supplies?
For some of it, yes. We have, other contracts that we tap into, where depending on which vendors are on which particular contract, but the correct marketplace is part of it. But we also have where else are they do a lot of contracts for academic materials, things like that. But basically, if you're looking at like maintenance supply, not maintenance supplies, but
I think it's maintenance control or something, direction or something like that. Yeah, I know which one you mean. Central direction?
Well, no, that's our central office staff.
Okay.
The supplies there would be more office supply type things.
Oh yeah, the 2590 general supplies.
Yeah, that's okay. Right. That's what we support for all of the teachers around the district. So that's all the basic pencils, papers, staplers, glitter pens, art paper, construction paper, to support everybody in the district, all from a centralized support arrangement.
Yeah, I'm gonna go really funny here. My book is actually duplicated. I just want to let you know that, and I don't know why. I've got the same sections twice, like 9 times throughout it, so it's really confusing me at times.
Okay.
So, just a little unusual. Let's see. One other thing that really stuck out at me was it was in the 2210 account. You have a position in there called a Power School Specialist. My understanding is they tend to support that product fully. Is there a reason we need to have an individual on board to address problems on PowerSchool? That's
It's
pretty
not,
much-
it's not software
understand.
management, it's all the data entry, managing the scheduling, the changes for all of the kids' comings and goings. So it's more of a higher end clerical position to support that. It's not a software analyst that is managing the software itself. This is the person sitting down and doing all the data entry, putting in how many schedules, schedule changes, designing the like the high school schedule where they have to allocate who goes where, how we're going to be able to utilize the resources of the building to excuse me, to be able to handle all the class requests that come in.
Okay, that, it seemed a little unusual to have, so that's why I was just curious. How many multilingual learners do we have currently in the district overall right now? I don't, that's probably for Maureen.
Yeah.
That is not, I will make a comment about the PowerSchool position. That's a very common position. I had one in Plainville. It's all about this tweaking it whenever there's a new state mandate and running reports. It's a beast. Currently my ML population, I think I have a slide down here that I didn't show in the interest of time. It's currently about 9% of our population. So if
Our population or our student population?
total percent, 9% of our student population right now is ML students. So 9% of about $4,000, 4,360.
300 or so, okay.
Yep, and it varies by school because they're more common at the elementary levels where the kids are coming new to us. As they age, they often exit from ML status, except if they move into the country and then come right to high school, then there's a variation there.
Actually, that was one that confused me, I think it was. So in your English learners K through 12, for some reason, and it just may be an oversight, and you know, if it is, that's fine. You don't have any that are supported as a support salary at Martin Kellogg, but you have the certified for it. Do they not need the additional assistance? Is it just a lower population at that school?
At Martin Kellogg, I know we have an ML teacher that we paid for with ESSER monies. What is the question that we don't have?
You actually, for some reason, at that school, we don't show a salary either under certified salaries or support salaries for the English learners.
I don't know if it's because it's a grant paid salary, but I certainly.
I would
have
almost bet
an
that's
ML
what
teacher.
it is, Maureen.
Okay.
It is?
That individual is being charged through to the grant.
Yeah, I know the exact person who it is, and it's charged to ESSER right now.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, because Martin Kellogg and John Wallace show that way, so I wasn't sure.
Mhm.
Seemed like we filled everybody else, but there was nobody filled in that spot, so it just didn't quite come in. So, because if I look and it says we've got 7 certified positions, if I count out the positions that are here, you've got the 6, but it doesn't indicate that grant side of it, so that's why I was curious.
Gotcha.
And I didn't see it listed under the program needs or listing out that it was a grant style. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that a Title III? Or is that the teacher position, 2 FTEs?
If you talk about Martin Kellogg, there's a 1.0 FTE for an ML teacher there. And previously we had split them between schools, but I believe right now we have 1 ML teacher per school.
Okay. So I'm assuming let me try that in English this time. Under the English language teacher positions, those are full certified salaries, not support under the FTE for the grant. They are
We have typically been doing, our ML teachers are FTE certified. At the high school, we have a bilingual tutor, or she supports a tutor that supports the ML department. So there'd be a non-certified and a certified. I don't believe we use ML tutors anywhere else but at the high school.
Yeah, I only showed 2 support tutors currently. That's why I was curious if you had them listed also as another grant position.
They're not paid for out of grants. The just some of the certified ML teachers, I believe 2 are paid out of grants.
Yep, that's what I showed there. Just wanted to make sure that that made sense to it.
Okay.
Let's see. Do you do an annual review on the I'll call them the non-athletic programs because that's how you call it, but the meeting groups that are created to determine that they have enough staffing? You're not just paying a stipend out to somebody to do nothing with. How do you handle that type of review on a yearly basis?
That's handled by our athletic director, so he's in charge of athletics and non-athletics, which is the other term for clubs and activities.
Correct.
And yes, we have a pot of money, and each year clubs run or they don't run, and only those that run are paid stipends.
Okay.
And if there comes a time when the pot of money is done, then they can't run any more clubs.
Okay. I did have one question, and actually it's in the special education one. You show a Title I FTE at $127,000. Is that a normal payroll for that? This is under the what is it, 1200 account? When I'm looking at grant allocations, that's a very high position. Is that a director style? It says special education teacher Title I.
Huh. I'd have, Lou, can you look
Yeah,
that
let
up?
me look it up.
That is, you're right, that would be on the super, that would not be a regular teacher's salary. There must be some other
Yeah.
component to that.
Yeah, because I'm looking and you've got a board certified behavior analyst and there's two of them at 150. So I thought that was just a little high.
Well,
I'm just curious.
that's 150 divided by two people, right?
Correct. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that one I consider that's
That's
pretty
about right.
normal. But
But
that
you're
127
showing one
sort of stuck
person,
out.
$127,000 for one person.
Actually, 3/4.
Wonder if that's paying an administrative salary. Would have to. Lou's going to look that up. He's got the budget book.
It's hard when it doesn't have a name or a position or a location attached to it.
Yeah, we don't typically put the names in there because they sometimes change.
Yep, understood.
Is the exact amount 127,851?
I believe so.
Okay, that's a combination of two teachers. Partial support from Title I activities, which is the improvement of reading and math skills. And that is for Anna Reynolds and Elizabeth Green.
Okay, so that's split between the two of those in some way.
Right, it's the equivalent of 1.25 between the two positions.
So it's a position and a quarter. What happens with grants too is they don't cover the full position. So you'll
Right.
see a partial position charged to a grant.
Okay. That makes a little more sense. Let's see.
James, do you have a lot more like very specific questions? Because we might want to just email and then share answers with the council if we have like very specific things.
No, I believe I am all set. That was
Okay.
my last big question.
Okay, great. Good questions. Thank you.
Yep.
You're welcome.
And Mayor, to close out, people can email us follow-up questions at any time, and we'd be happy to send memos or what have you as a follow-up.
Perfect. And like always, if I do ask questions, I typically would send the answers to the whole council so everybody has the same information.
Much appreciated.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Yap, you have one last comment?
Yes, I did want to reiterate that we are going to have a finance subcommittee meeting. Everyone is invited. I will ensure that everyone gets an invitation. So if you have any other comments, that is something that we are working on as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Brummett and Lou. And I know Dr. Fletcher's on and some board members. Thank you, everyone. I know you've already done a lot of work on this and we appreciate you taking the time to not just present, but also entertain all of our questions, and we'll certainly work together to see where we can move forward with this.
Much appreciated. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot.
All right, we are moving on now to general government, and I'll turn that over to James and Janet.
All right, we'll start this up and hopefully make it as painless as possible so we can get through the rest of the night. We're going to be covering, I know it sounds like a lot, but we'll be covering general government, public safety, public works, and community development improvements. So if we start with the general government section, it's a section in your book right behind the general fund revenues. Just want to make sure everybody's there. So if you look at this page, it covers everything in here from the town manager's office to IT, town clerk, my offices, everything that is general government is included under this section. There is only one change to the personnel that you'll see on the first page. That page for the personnel was discussed during the public hearing, and that is our assessor's office. The deputy prior was a part-time position. We reduced her to a part-time when she retired, and she came back and filled in. And at that time, with the kind of history and the experience she had, we were able to keep the workload going with her at a part-time position. But she is planning on formally leaving that role at the end of June. So we are going to reinstate it to the full-time position that it was in prior budgets.
Okay.
Besides that, there's no other real changes to personnel under this section from prior year. So I'm going to flip over now to the town council page. For town council, you'll see that there's not really too much of a difference. It looks like the part-time wages is actually going down, but that's going down to the adjustment we made when we made the mid-year transfers. So it's still higher than the prior year budget, but lower than what we moved in. For public notifications, that shows it's a decrease from our previous revised budget. But those public notices, a lot of them in here were things that aren't going to happen again. There was the redistricting, some things went in there for that. There was some stuff, I believe James put some to other accounts, but there might have been some in here for charter revision.
Yep.
So we're not expecting it to be that high next year as it was this year. This year is just an anomaly. Dues and subscriptions, that one actually went down a little. It did because these are the, we were estimating on some last year and some of them actually came down. So those are actual letters that we got telling us what the amounts would be. And office supplies went down. We're kind of looking at right now what historically, and if you see for the actuals for 2021-22, those office supplies were only $100. Any questions on town council? Okay. Nope. Stop me at any time, guys, as I'm going through this, if you have any questions. Town managers.
Oh, we will.
Oh, Tim, you
Okay.
broke up big time. What did you say?
Yeah, his internet's
will.
running slow. He said he
He
will.
will.
Okay.
I caught
No,
him.
I just said we will. We'll stop you. Don't worry.
All right, for town manager, the only increase we're seeing in this one happens to be for the full-time salary. I will say one of the assumptions under all these budgets is what's been built in for salary lines is a 2% increase for all admin staff. So that is what you're seeing under this. I'll also let you know that ASME's increases are not included in any of these departments because we're still negotiating with them for their wage reopener. And also the increases, we do have the contract with the police. So when you get to police, all their increases are included in all their lines. So the amount you see for full-time salaries here, that is the admin increase. Conference meeting and training went up slightly. That is for increased costs. For a lot of times during COVID, they kept everything kind of level, and now they're kind of increasing as we're getting out and more meeting. That was the only changes for town manager.
So I'd actually just jump in here and just indicate that that full-time salary still includes the assistant town manager position. We did not remove that based upon whoever is sitting in the seat upon the completion of the research of the town manager search.
Yeah. Yeah, because the amount didn't go down. So you would see, you would have seen a reduction there. Probate court, there is no change on the probate court. I do not have their budget yet. They have not decided on it. This is, of course, shared with other towns. I'm waiting to hear back from them. They're just starting their budget process. We're a little bit further along, but this year's actuals are below our budget, so it kind of already has built in a little bit of a buffer for us. But we kept it flat for the year, for next year. Elections. Elections, you are seeing an increase for this. They are, this past year, there was just the November elections. They're going to have the presidential primaries they're planning on come the spring. They also had an increase for some of their poll workers due to the fact that we're trying to keep up with minimum wage for full day working at the polls. There was also, you'll see the part-time, that's for the people part-time. We also put in a 2% increase for any part-time workers. The other increases they have, public notifications is a decrease because we won't be doing all the notifications we were doing for the redistricting. And all the other ones are just small ones due to, well, printing and binding is because of another election and all the ballots and stuff. Tim, you had a question?
Yeah, presidential primaries aren't this year.
They'll be next spring.
They'll be in the budget for next spring.
They'll be in next spring.
Oh, for next year. Yeah, you're right. Okay, 24.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
goes-
Yeah.
it goes-
Okay.
Before. I asked the same thing. I go, that's not already.
Years already? Holy crap.
Yep, that time
Yep.
already.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor
Gail?
Federico?
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with the inclusion of, early voting and IVS and OLR, so there's no significant need for new equipment or overtime or whatever, or are we getting any state support because those are mandates?
I'm not sure about the state support. James can probably tell you about that one, but I can tell you they continuously have in their budget equipment maintenance that they do yearly on all their machines and all the equipment they use for elections. So that's already in there, so you probably won't see an increase for it. James, I don't know if you've heard anything about any kind of help.
Yeah, actually, believe it or not, I have, as part of the new secretary's proposal for the early voting, they are looking for grant funding to replace the older voting machines. Specifically, they are looking, because of early voting specifically, they're looking for us to be able to update the voter record upon each day. So there's going to be some technology changes. There's also a new voter registration system that's going into place. So there is a lot going on behind the scenes. The secretary has had a few iterations of her plan presented to the legislature. I'm sure Representative Turco could respond to that at any point later on or by email to us to see where they're at in the process. But I know they have been looking for grant fundings or state fundings in order to implement that technology for the towns to take that burden off of us.
So that won't be any of those initiatives, the early voting or whatever, won't be applicable to this November election, will it?
That's still up in the air. They've talked about it possibly being on the municipal because that's a quieter election overall versus a presidential, but we haven't gotten any solid details on it yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're all done with elections. The next department happens to be my department. I've got no changes except for increases for admin salary. Everything else is staying the same. We will continue. We moved a position. We made the floater position. We'll continue to share that person because we gave up our part-time with the other departments in town hall. So everything else is staying steady.
Okay.
Assessor's office is the next one. This is the one I just discussed. You'll notice the full-time salaries are increasing. That is to make the deputy position back to full-time, and you'll see a corresponding decrease in part-time for the position that our deputy assessor who'd retired and worked part-time had been holding. Longevity increase is a contractual, it's a union position within the office. Dues and subscriptions, we're just seeing an increase in those along with conferences and meetings. One of the people that's in the office is continued being trainings. She's on the verge of getting her first certificate to bring her along, to bring her up in the office. And printing and binding, it's an increase that we continue to have as cost escalates. And the last one is consulting and special contractors. They used to be doing audits of some of the property owners. When our new assessor came, she changed that policy, and we're using a different company that does aerial views of different properties. So they can do a little bit of the auditing in that way to look at developments and how everything's changing. And it also ties in with their hopeful update of the GIS system. So it kind of benefits a lot of different departments within Town Hall.
Okay.
Board of Assessment Appeals had no changes, stayed the same. Revenue collector. Once again, the only changes we're seeing in this department are for salary. That's the admin positions. And we're also seeing a small increase to printing and binding. Otherwise, it's staying very flat. Auditing. We just completed our last year in our contract with our current auditors. We have an RFP out for services, expecting hopefully to get that completed and come to you within April. But I am expecting that we will have an increase. So I did bump it up to our current amount by the $5,510. We're not sure what's out there. Last time when we went out to RFP for auditors, we only got 2 responses. So hopefully we get more than that and we get a little bit better choosing and see what happens. Purchasing, there is no change to purchasing. It is staying flat. Town attorney. We did notice, if you remember when we did our transfers, mid-year transfers, the town attorney's lines did go up. We have had payment to outside attorneys for legal matters. I'm probably not expecting it to the extent that we've seen it this year, but next year we will be doing a reopener with them in the spring for a new contract with AFSCME. So I did keep it up here, but not as high as what we transferred in. You do see that it is an increase from what was budgeted. We went from 25,000 to 40,000 for outside counsel. Okay. Town clerk. I'm going to let James talk about this one. I take a breather. Go right to it.
So, as we've been speaking about, I'm a non-union office, so you'll see the 2% increase proposed in their full-time salaries and the seasonal hours as well. We had a reduction in public notifications. That line was created individually for the charter provision. We utilized state grant funds for that one that were allowed for election-related materials. So that was technically a savings for us. So we are reducing that to a 0. We did have an increase in dues and subscriptions from our association, our local, our statewide, as well as the international associations. A small increase in our conferences themselves. That's something we're seeing across the entire state for lodging and attendance. And then the last one is our other contractual services, which is mostly increases in paper and materials for the archival books. And then the technicals, I'm sorry, reverse that. Contractual services was the increase with my auditor. The technical services specifically called into the books, the papers, everything that we need in order to ensure that the permanent records are placed within the vault. But other than that, the office equipment was a one-time purchase that we had, and that has been removed now as well.
Okay.
So
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Now we're moving on to general services. This is the area that we do when we do advertisements for job openings, any testing for the PD. We've reallocated this between some lines because in the past, we just keep on doing transfers during the year. And so instead of doing that, we moved it around. You'll notice it's down from the revised budget, but it's still higher than the original budget. What we're seeing is we're hoping that this coming year, we take care of a lot of the open issues with open positions with the PD, which is one of our most expensive items under this account, and that we won't, hopefully, knock on wood, see as many vacancies next year and be able to keep this within a good range, but that's all the adjustments you're seeing in there. Facilities management. This one is I'm going to say the only department, if I remember right, that we're actually seeing a reduction in. Reduction of the 17,528. There is the increase under full-time. That's for the admin increases and some other wage adjustments that happened this year. There's a decrease under longevity because one of the people that was staffed there is no longer there. And there's a decrease under conference meetings. Decrease under utilities. Now, I know they were talking about with the Board of Ed that they put their utilities up because they're seeing increased costs. When the facilities director looked at his budget, he was looking at historical of what he'd been paying. And he said, I'm really just going to reduce it a little because we're banking on the fact that the solar panels, which should be in place, should be working, should at least outlast that increase that we might be seeing in actual cost. So that's why he's showing a reduction, because historically we were even below this. So
this is one of those areas. This is one of those areas that Deputy Mayor Bedrego mentioned, because on the Board of Ed's budget, I believe the heating fuel was a 25% increase in their projection.
Yes.
And he's got a decrease of 4.62% here.
Yeah, he's actually decreasing it based on historical trends that we've seen. We're just not using as much as I think we originally anticipated.
Okay.
Maybe it's because we're finally catching up and getting some trends on what's going on in Town Hall, which is one of our biggest buildings, of course, because we expected a smaller building sooner, and we've been slowly but surely bringing it down, I think, to say historically this is where we probably should be at.
Yeah, I think part of that actually tied into when we were running both buildings concurrently as
Correct.
Mm,
Yep, correct.
okay,
Yep.
that makes sense. Yep.
And under equipment maintenance, you're seeing a decrease. That one was due to the fact that the community center gym is asked to be done twice a year. This is the off year. So that's why you're not seeing that in there anymore. You will see it back next year. So next year, if you say, hey, it's gone back up, that's why they recommend that every 2 years you do maintenance on it.
Okay.
Here's one where, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but under cleaning supplies, it's flat. Whereas under custodial supplies for the Board of Ed, they bumped everything up 10%. So it's just.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I'm not sure because I can ask this question, but I don't know. We actually have a cleaning service that does our cleaning for us under contractual. So I don't know how much of the supplies for cleaning we actually purchase and how much they supply to us under the contracts. So that would be under contractual services instead of here. But I can follow up with that and ask. So ours is a little bit more limited because most of the areas we do have the cleaning service for.
Okay. Councilor Page?
Yes, thank you. Why did it go, and I don't know if this answers your question, Councilor Pedreco, it may or may not. In 2021-22, it was 19,970 for cleaning supplies. And then it went to 27,230 and it hasn't changed. Is that why it's flat? Because you added $8,000?
I can look at the history of that and get back to you. I'm not sure, but that one was one where he was keeping historical and there was some things he was taking out, and there's some different materials from 2021 he's finding that we needed for the new building to maintain it that we hadn't had before. We now have a floor waxing machine that I don't know that we were using as much for, things like that, but I can ask him. And I can let you know what's included in there.
Because that was a good question, Councilor Draco. But if you increase your budget by 40%, that might be a reason why you don't have to do it again for a little while.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Sec. Okay. Heating fuel, which we mentioned, went down. That was historically what he's seen and what we're seeing a saving, I think, it being a smaller square footage building. Sorry, I'm going back up here. Other contractuals, I don't think I got that one. That one was actually for roof inspections and maintenance. He did take that out of there and put it more onto the CIP budget But most of our roofs right now that we've redone, they're still under warranty. So any inspection or stuff like that, he can get the company to come back out and do. So we did reduce that one. Heating fuel we already talked about, and there's just small increases for uniforms and other materials. Any other questions on that one? Okay. No. General services, the central service, general services. There wasn't many changes on this at all. There was a small decrease for equipment maintenance, and that reflects historically what we've been spending. And the office supplies increased slightly. As everybody says, inflation and cost of different items. This is also where we purchase paper for our copy means and stuff like that. So I know they got a new state bid and it wasn't as low as it was before. All right. Information technology. It's great that we got all these new softwares, but they cost. So I'll start on the decrease line, which is the full-time salaries. Those did decrease. That's a reflection of the difference in personnel. The new director came in at a lower price than what we were paying the previous director. They still do have 2 open positions here that I know they're trying to look to fill. So we'll see how that goes. Conferences, meetings, telephone went up 2,400. They are looking at that and making sure that any lines that aren't being used anymore, they're having several conversations with the phone companies, but overall, we're still seeing an increase. There is a chance that they might be able to reduce this some because they're trying to do a telephone audit to make sure everything is being used appropriately. And if there's a line that's not being used, we're cutting it out. Equipment maintenance. This is where we pay for all our software maintenance. So this includes Munis, Quality, GIS, building online permits, the fire department, fire and town net motion server, firewalls, Vision Point, everything is under here. It's a lot of things under one, and every single one of those increased at least 5%. You're seeing additional to that because some include go up more in this past year. But that's all the things that are covered under equipment maintenance. Other contractual. This is due, you're seeing the increase for the 24,000. And I know we have to start thinking of this when we start approving projects because everything sounds good for a project, but we have to think of the long-term effects too. This is the PD traffic cameras. It's a great project, it really is, but this is costing us an additional 24,000 in yearly services for them to keep. I think it's Go Net Speed. I think he's going to go with, if I'm not mistaken, to get that up and running every year. So that's IT. Any questions on that?
Oh.
All right, we'll flip over to public safety. For public safety, you're going to notice it, the bottom line, it looks like it's 2 additional people. One of these positions, if you look under support service where it says it was unfunded in the fiscal year 2021-22, that's the traffic enforcement officer. They want that refunded. That they're feeling a little bit pinched there, and they want to be able to once again fill that position. The other one that I know James had mentioned before is they're looking for a new patrol officer. I did speak to the chief about this, and with the additional development and everything going on in our town, he does believe that this is a needed cost to be. We are going to have to, as we grow, he needs more officers. He originally asked for it for the full year. We spoke to him and said, how about we say this person starts in January instead of July, since he's still filling his other vacancies. Mitch?
Well, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just, I'm not familiar with this. Someone had asked me if we still do something called the drop plan, where we are allowed to keep senior officers to stay another 5 years. And it keeps senior folks around to supervise and bring in the new officer.
We just signed that plan. That just
Okay.
started actually in February.
Okay.
That was a new incentive that we gave in between negotiation talks with the PD to help with staffing. So yes, that just started. I believe we have two, I know two, maybe three people are signed up for it this time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. That plan allows for a period of up to 5 years, but no more than 30 years of service. So you could have an individual come on at 25 years of service, or you could have one come on at 29. The maximum is still 30 years once they go into that drop plan.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just gonna say in support of the new patrol officer, it's not on this slide, it might be the next one. The increase in major crimes been significant. From 2020, 892 to 2021, almost 1,600. That's really putting a strain on our police department because again, it's not a lot of the calls they're getting. They are not dealing. I mean, they're dealing with the stuff in town, but the Berlin Turnpike, I think, is really stretching our resources very tightly, and we're getting into things that we wouldn't have anticipated even 10 years ago.
Definitely. I know I have a radio in my car, so I hear everything as I'm driving in, and at least once every morning I'm hearing, we've got a shoplifting event at Walmart. We've got somebody panhandling outside while their boyfriend's inside. All of these different issues that they're addressing every single day. So we know with that additional residency, we're going to need additional support staff to handle that.
Right. So if you flip the page, we go over to administration, you'll see the increases there, full-time salary. Those are the contractual increases for any of the union members, along with the admin increase that I had spoken about. Overtime is the same thing. It's just an hourly wage increase there. Longevity is contractual. Dues and subscriptions, we're seeing those increase across the board. Consulting and special contractors. This happens to be a digital management system software that was state mandated, which is causing this increase. So when the Board of Ed was talking about all the state mandates being put on them, I think we're feeling the same pressure for the police department and everything that's going on there. But that is the reason for the increase in the consulting and special contractors.
Okay.
And, okay. Patrolmen, this is where you see the full-time salary. That increase is the contractual increase along with a half year for the officer we were talking about. Same thing for overtime. Dues and subscriptions, once again, it's just increase, and this is where they have most of their staff. And uniforms and clothing, they are finding an increase on all these items, along with one new officer. That means you need a whole new kit for him also. Technical equipment, once again, prices going up everywhere. And that is for that one. Investigation. The only increase we're seeing here is in the salary lines. Those are both contractual for the hourly rate for overtime and the full-time salaries. And then you have a small decrease in other contractual services under here. And that's just a difference from the revised budget. It's more in line with what our budget that we adopted this current year was. All right, traffic. This is one of the rare instances where you're noticing a decrease in the full-time salaries. Just so you know, in last year's budget, we had 26.1 pay periods. This year, for this coming budget, we have exactly 26. So occasionally you'll see something like this where you see a small decrease going on, and that's what you're seeing in this area for the full-time salaries.
Where does that new position come in? That traffic enforcement?
That's in the support services.
Oh, okay.
So I think that that's what it was under the top thing, Board of Education. Yeah, support services. It's coming up. Okay. Sorry. I'm flipping ahead to make sure I'm not crazy. that is what we're seeing for part-time. It includes the raises for the crossing guards to make sure we're keeping them in line with at least minimum wage, which is going up again this year. So, and all these people in this department, the reason why you are seeing the decrease is they're AFSCME. So there's no contractual wage increases included in the department. Communications, you'll see the increase for wages, that is contractual. Overtime, you're seeing decrease. That's due to the fact that they're going to be it's the schedule, and the full staffing of dispatchers will result in 1/2 shift overtimes on midnight shifts on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So you're sort of getting a little relief for being fully staffed on that one. And you'll also see dues and subscriptions reflect some phone directories for Hartford and New Britain, which are no longer being purchased, and a small increase for equipment maintenance. Education and training. Some small increases here. Once again, overtime, that's a contractual hourly rate. Conferences, meetings, and trainings, a small increase. And technical supplies. This is ammunition, things like that have all been going up, and we see them increasing over the last few years. And this is support services. So this is where you're seeing under full-time salaries, this is where you're seeing the position that was not funded being fully funded again under salaries. Over time, you're seeing the rate increases. Part-time, same thing. A small equipment rental increase, and the other contractual that you see on here is for the addition of the all traffic solutions yearly renewal. It's a software. Mitch?
Maybe a stupid question, but do we buy our ammunition? Are we required to buy it in Connecticut?
Yeah, we do buy our own ammunition. Yep.
I didn't know if we could go out of state.
I don't know if we're required, but we do buy our own.
Well, only because, and others on the council may know more about this than I do, or you certainly would, which is, I believe that, like everything, it seems the taxes and so forth on ammunition in Connecticut are higher than other states, and I didn't know if we could go out of state to buy it.
eBay.
You still have to pay tax on it.
Right.
I would hate to see our officers waiting for a mail order to come in.
I know, but you still, I mean, if you don't pay Connecticut tax, you still have to pay Connecticut tax.
Right.
Yeah, and the ammo is always a big concern at the legislature, so.
Yeah.
Police vehicles have no increase. They were kept flat. This is just services for those. Animal control, this is the position that we share with Weathersfield. This is our half of the cost. Just had an increase for the hourly for full-time and for the overtime. No other changes on this page.
Janet, I have a question.
Yep.
On police. And I know I've asked this previously when I was on the council. Is there a way to get a summary sheet for police and fire instead of by department? Because they are one department. So what's the overall increase for the police department? What's the total salaries for the police department?
Sure.
Because that kind of helps us when we're looking at it, because
you want police and fire?
Yeah.
But separate. You want one for police and one for fire, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But an overall cover sheet.
I know what you're talking about because I think we've done one for you in the past.
Yes, you have.
Any other departments you guys are looking for? You think you want to see?
That's it
I mean,
for now.
Okay.
And, maybe we get there, but because there's so many different divisions within the police department, fire department, that like I understand, like assessor, town clerk, those are all separate departments. Police, there should be an overall cover sheet, the same thing.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yep. Now I'm looking at the fire department. So when you look at this one, you'll see there is a request under fire marshal. They're requesting to take one of their part-time deputy fire marshals, make that position a full-time position, and share it with emergency management. They're finding that positions a lot of work to be done in there, especially, I mean, think before COVID, it wasn't thought as big, but it is getting to be a little bit of a monster, especially with the planning of the building of the EOC and everything else going on. Besides that, there are no other changes to personnel. Administration, no real changes here. Just so you know, when you're looking at the staff, once again, you're seeing the decrease in salary. That is because the difference between 26.1 and 26 work weeks for salary. Part-time is increasing because of the hourly wages we put in, 2% increase for them. Longevity is staying the same because that person happens to be at the maximum. Some subscriptions are being reduced. I don't think they're going to need all the ones that they had prior or utilizing them. Equipment maintenance went up a little bit, not significantly. And printing and binding actually went down. You're seeing they tried to take some of the lines down to offset the office supplies, increased cost and needs. So that's all there. Firefighters is where we have the majority of our budget for this one. Under the firefighters, you're seeing an increase under the fringe benefits. This is an increase due to the amount of stipend going from 1,500 to 2,000. So it's 5,000 more per person, and they have budgeted 110 volunteers receiving that. And there was also an increase to the pay per call rate that they're paying. That's all paid underneath fringe benefits. It was offset slightly by the reduction that we had in the amount we had to pay into the fireman's pension this past year.
What's the new pay per call rate?
I'm not even sure what they put it in at.
Okay.
I know that they had it approved at a meeting, but I can definitely get you those figures.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And you mentioned, if I may, the pension. Where's that listed and how do you break that out, Janet, the pension?
What do you mean? The pension is under their fringe benefit amount. Sorry,
What portion?
What portion? Of this total of the 526,000, it's somewhere in the $60,000 range.
60,000. When was the last time that was increased?
Actuaries give us the number every year. This is a closed pension plan, so there are no new participants. So you'll slowly but surely see that number keep coming down as people, I hate to say it, die out of the program.
Right, but so right now, over the last 8 or 10 years, we don't give them an automatic cost of living adjustment.
There is no COLA adjustment for a closed pension program, no.
But who decides that?
The pension program is closed, so there's no new negotiation of it. It's no longer due participants when they retired and went over
I
to
don't
the
think
new.
any of our pension plans have a COLA.
No, the only open one, the PD might have a COLA that they negotiate for because it's still open. The fire department closed this pension plan that we're funding over here and went to the new one, which is more like a 401k, where we put their stipend money in, which is where you're seeing an increase there, and they get to determine their investments.
My only concern, I know it's really late, so we can revisit this on Saturday or whenever we're fresher, which will be any day. But my only concern is there some law that prevents us from revisiting that and giving them a COLA?
You don't want to open up a closed pension plan.
No, that's not practice.
That's not a good practice. You wouldn't want to do that. And just so you know, Mitch, this is not a huge amount of money these people get monthly for this. This is a volunteer little fringe benefit they get. This is nothing that they're living off. This is kind of extra fun money, I call it. I mean, if you get somebody who's getting more than like 100, maybe 200 a month, that's a lot. This is not, these payments are not huge. They are based on volunteer pension work. But I would not recommend or ever suggest opening up a closed pension plan.
Okay, I just need to learn more about it. Thank you very much, though.
You're welcome. You're seeing an increase to the equipment maintenance under this one. Sorry, I'm just flipping back to my list. And as per the notes, and that's increased for price increases and additional needs. Their needs change every year, determining what equipment maintenance they'll do or what kind of work they'll do on their vehicles. One year it's rust protection for some of the engines. This year, I believe they're doing some work on the deputy fire marshal's cars. For that one, the consultant and contractors, you're seeing that go up. Sorry, I'm looking up here now, losing my place. New cost of department physicals with a new provider. We did see our provider stop servicing us, and additional increases for the new lung x-ray machine every 5 years. They are doing some work on the contributions and subsidies. It reflects additional needs at Company 5 due to they are getting a very large cadet program now. And under technical supplies, you'll see it includes 50 pails, but we reduced that amount of the new F10 extinguishing agent to replace old band foam. We did reduce that. So where you're seeing there's a reduction on their technical equipment, that's one area we reduced. We also reduced for the pagers because we're going to be covering that under the pager, the radio project, and the Knox boxes. And James, I'm not sure what we're doing about the Knox boxes. I don't even know what they are, but I believe we said we would be covering them somewhere else also.
Yeah, we did talk about that. And I will say I have spoken with one of the fire commissioners. There is actually a proposed bill in the state legislature to assist with the foam as well. So hopefully we'll be seeing something from them.
Yeah. Besides that, there was no other changes made to the firefighters' budgets. Fire prevention is the next page. There are some, other materials were reduced to our historical actuals, and technical equipment was added for the purchase of a new projector screen for when they go to schools and when they go to other places to do presentations. Fire training, this one overall had a reduction in what they were looking for. The dues and subscriptions did increase slightly for rising cost of dues. The other contractuals was raised for current training needs. Technical equipment purchases were taken out. So every year they decide what technical equipment they need. This year they said they didn't need any. So that's why you're seeing the 8,300 go down or go away. It changes every year depending on what their needs are. Fire stations. So the fire stations, you'll see an increase in the facility maintenance, the building equipment, and the building improvement. This is another area every year where they do different things on each one of the firehouses, depending on what they're seeing needs should be. This year, I'm just getting the list out. They are doing, for building improvements, they're doing the Kolaski room flooring, paint, blinds, and ceiling tiles. They're painting at all the companies. They're doing ceiling tiles at Company 2 day room. They're also doing the entrance matting at Company 3 and the stairs and landing front and near admin offices and headquarters. So they're doing a substantial amount of work in all those areas under the building improvements. That's why you're seeing the 5,945. For building equipment, once again, this is building equipment. This is where they do their revolving furniture account. So there is going to be a firehouse revolving fund. This year, Company 5 is receiving the funds. Other projects are appliances at Company 5, a recycling dumpster at headquarters, a gas range and dishwasher at Company 1. And the facility maintenance, sorry, I'm going from bottom to top, is general repairs and administrative wings and windows and carpets that they're working on doing. So as this is another area that changes every year depending on what work that they decide they need to perform on their firehouses. Fire marshal, this is where you're seeing, we talked about the position, taking the deputy position in part-time, making it a full-time position. Part of the salary is being added to the full-time salaries here, and you will also see it when we get to emergency management, the other portion of it. Besides that, they just have some slight increases for conferences and dues and equipment maintenance. Under technical supplies and uniform and clothing, they are looking to get, I know the fire department was supplying with them with some turnout gear, but there's some supplies and equipment if they have to go on site that they need to get for to outfit all the deputies in the department. Safety officer, you are seeing an increase here. That was under other contractuals, and according to this, it says due to continued safety supplies, due to the number of high cases is why we're seeing some of the increases for other contractuals. Along with the technical equipment reflects a change due to all meetings, sensors and testing equipments being moved from the fighters' technical equipment to safety. And they also have a replacement of mandated fit testing machine, which I know they did mention was not cheap. It's pretty expensive actually to do that. The next one is the regional fire tower where there is no change. It stayed flat. Street lighting, once again, stayed flat. Although we might see an increase in rates here. If you notice, our actuals, as we talked about, was in 2021-22 is 286,000. We're still expecting to come a little bit under the 300,000 this year. So overall, we expect to just stay flat. It kind of already has a little bit of an increase built into it. Emergency management, the only increase you see is where you see the full-time salary increase. That's for the other portion of the full-time worker that they're bringing on. EMS, I know we were hearing previously regarding other contractual for the 10,000. That was a flat amount. I want to say that 2 or 3 years ago, the former town manager request we put in, and we haven't gotten any update until this year that they wanted an increase. At least I haven't received anything. So that's an area I know you will be talking about.
Yeah, can I just, I did bring it up with the former town manager a couple of times during your budget last year. And he did agree to increase it to what the town, but we are going to be meeting with James.
Unfortunately, that message never got to her.
Yeah, which is fine,
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to look for what the contract, because there was a contract back in 2019.
Yeah, so James and I have been talking, so we'll make sure we stay on the same page after the meetings.
Great, thank you.
But no changes were made to this. I will say that they did, when we get to CIP, they did put some things in CIP. We didn't fund the CIP items, although we do have 2 ambulances we are funding out of ARPA that we're still waiting for them to get.
Yeah.
Hydrants, this was a slight increase. This is due to the fact that MDC increases their rates every year by $5. And we had a small increase from New Britain Water Company. The number of hydrants didn't change, just the cost to maintain each one went up slightly. And that's it for them. Flip over to Public Works. We can start with engineering. There's no changing to the staff in engineering at all.
We're hopeful that we'll actually have a town engineer coming, though.
We hope we'll have a town engineer, yeah.
We had an interview the other day, so we put out a conditional offer, so we'll see what we get.
Yes, which is awesome. This full-time salary, just so you know, that's in this budget, this is based on Gary's with a 2%, I think a 2% increase. And then the longevity of the staff is contractual. There's really not much going on. We left everything flat because we didn't have any input from anybody to change anything. And historically, we've never really gone over. So
Okay.
The next one is highway. Once again, no change in staffing. The staff is staying exactly the same. For the admin area, you'll see the increase under full-time salary. That's for the 2% for the admin positions, $600 longevity. That's staying in place for the AFSCME people who are there. And a small increase for, other materials has an increase, and that's for the first aid supplies that were formerly be paid out of facilities. Highway operations, you're seeing a decrease in salary. This is the fact that AFSCME doesn't have any increases built into their budget, and this is all AFSCME in this department. So it's going from the 26.1 to the 26 period. There are no other changes being made in this. Snow and ice. This is where you're going to see a little bit of an increase, not a little, a good increase. Under the construction and maintenance material, you're seeing a pretty sizable increase of $58,299. This is due to the high increase for salt that we saw this past year that they're being able to absorb, but we kind of have to plan for it. We've lucked out that we haven't had too many times we have to use it. So we don't anticipate him going over the budget this year, but next year he definitely is going to need an increase for all the materials such as the sand and the salt. I want to say it went up like 2 or 3 times what the price was that we originally budgeted. It was one of the highest rising materials for cost.
Janet, do you think there may be any opportunity to decrease based on any leftover this year?
I have talked to him, and I will see. I'm not sure. I don't know if he used any or what happened today that he's putting out there. So, but I can definitely ask him on that one.
Okay. Thank you.
I know he is expecting to use some possibly tonight with the possibility of the black ice coming, so.
Yeah. That's the major driver of the increase for snow and ice control.
Okay.
Vehicle equipment, we're once again seeing an increase over here. Every year the equipment parts just keep climbing and climbing, along with the motor fuel and lubricants did increase as we talked to the Board of Ed, not to the rate that they had it. I do want to say we charged the Board of Ed back for their fuel. So I think there should probably be discussions between Hermes and them, making sure we're all on the same page on that. Because I do the entry every month when I'm charging them. So I'm kind of like, yeah, ours should kind of be the same amount. I don't know if there's any additional fuel that they buy outside of that, but I don't know where they'd store it because the highway is the only place to get it. But those are the increases, causing the increases under vehicles and equipment.
Okay.
Leave collection, no changes, it's staying flat.
Janet, I just have a question on that. I mean, this is my dearest, I love this service, but it's seasonal. It says you're keeping it at 27,525. Won't the minimum wage increase impact this?
It just,
I don't think they make
it impacted it minimally, and we don't expect, I think, to use the total 27,525 this year. So that's why it's kind of already has it in there.
Okay, because now I think they were advertising it at $11 an hour or something or whatever,
Yeah.
and minimum wage is going up to 15.
It went up from that because I know minimum wage is more than that. But they were looking at that, but they didn't anticipate it affecting it that much that we would go over what we currently have.
Okay, as long as they knew it was, they considered it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So no changes there. And solid waste services, personnel is the same. You will see the increase, the contractual increase for the refuse collection. It's going up that $18,165. That's the only change there. The next one is Small decrease for part-time. That's just a reflection, I'm sorry, a small increase. That's a reflection of the 2% that we put in for all part-timers. No other changes there. The contract's still in place for other contractual services. And then on recycling, you will see an increase. This is the contractual increase for them of another $18,839. And that is it for Public Works.
Where is John's salary and all of that?
John.
Down at the,
The landfill.
John down the,
He's the part-time. He's the part-timer.
good Lord,
So when you look at,
he's the happiest
when
guy I
you-
ever seen.
I know.
Everybody
he's the
loves John.
part-timer
He's
under,
fabulous.
yeah, he's part-timer under refuse disposal.
Okay,
So that's where you see him.
thank you.
He really is a nice face for our town for everybody that uses that service. He really is a great person to have in that position. He's fabulous.
All right, community planning and development. There is no change to staff on this one.
Okay.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
They requested a zoning blight enforcement, a part-time zoning blight enforcement officer
Yeah,
for a
but
part-time.
I don't remember them actually putting that one into the budget. Do you, James?
I don't even remember us having a conversation about it.
But it's listed under requested on the.
Yeah, it's under requested, but I don't even remember them requesting that.
No.
Oh, okay.
And that may be something that Renata put in and Eric wasn't aware of. I don't know how much we sat with Eric to discuss that really.
Yeah, I'll check on that one because that's not one when we met with Eric, he really talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did talk to him about maybe working with other towns to share somebody to help him out to do some of the work.
Right.
But I don't remember him coming back to us with any kind of proposal or numbers on that. But yeah, so I will check on that one. There is a small change to planning and development under salaries, and that is just due to the change in personnel with Renata leaving and Paul coming in. Small increase for dues and subscriptions and conferences and other materials. Nothing large there. But this is, once again, one of our departments actually that went down. Town Planning and Zoning Commission. No huge increases there, just for part-time and some conferences and meeting training for additional trainings for some of their commissioners. Zoning Board of Appeals, just a small increase for salaries, that's the hourly rate, and a decrease for the office supplies and other materials. Building Department. The admin increase for full-time salaries is included, and due to somebody leaving, the longevity payment is no longer in there. There's also an increase, as we saw, a lot of the departments, the conferences and meetings and office supplies. Conservation Commission. There is an increase, of course, to the part-time. This is a verbatim meeting minutes, so this takes a little extra, costs a little bit more. The public notices went down slightly, and the dues and subscriptions did go up slightly, as in the other departments. Economic Development Director stayed flat. This is just the amount we have for dues and subscriptions. You might want to think about this one. We left it flat, but if you look at 2021-22, we didn't do anything with that. It was a zero. So if we're going to put it in there, I suggest you probably come up with some ideas on how to use it instead of just keeping it the same amount and not using it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Janet. I know, like, we used to have the consultant piece. We don't have that anymore.
Yep.
And then prior to James taking on the economic development, I know the former town manager really took a lead role in that. But I guess it's up to the council to kind of decide, and with James, consulting on that, who's going to be that lead person on that, and would they take advantage of that?
We did have some subscriptions in different areas. I know because my deputy used to have it come through her charge card every month. I don't know if that's something we want to continue to try to entice development or not, but that was what used to go through there.
Okay.
Economic Development Commission, this is staying slight increase for part-time, but basically staying flat to the current year budget. And that is the last one that we are actually going over tonight.
Whoa.
No, there's got to be more.
No.
John, you gotta get yourself in trouble.
Trust me, you'll get
and-
more. You'll get more on the Saturday meeting we have coming up.
Exactly.
Yeah, counselors, I know tonight was super long and a lot of information. So as you review things and have questions, we may not have them all tonight, but if you have questions, just forward them either to James and or Janet. And then I would just urge that you copy the council on them so everybody has the same information if possible.
Definitely. Yep.
And then if not, we can always, I'm sure James and Janet, you'd be okay if we brought questions to the Saturday meeting too, if we had extra.
Yep,
thoughts.
definitely.
Okay.
And I know
If
it
you
was
have-
difficult. It was
if you have any-
difficult to anticipate, but I really suggest that having the budget review like this, plus public hearings, plus a pretty full meeting agenda. I mean, it really, this is really key, and everybody was kind of tired, and I would just suggest in the future, just not doing it from
Well, we
6 to
didn't originally have the Board of Ed on tonight. The
Yeah,
Board of Ed wasn't supposed to be here. So yeah, it would have been a lot shorter. They were supposed to be on another one of the smaller meeting ones where we finished up all the other questions, instead of tentative budget, they were supposed to be at that.
Yeah, usually we do
28.
the town manager budget proposal,
Right.
and then we did Board of Ed, and that was it for the
Yeah.
evening.
Yeah,
And this was definite information overload.
yeah,
Oh, I agree.
definitely. Yep.
But we got through it.
Phew. All right. So we are moving on now to written and oral communications from the town manager.
No.
Now I'll just give you a quick one. So I gave you the town engineer one. Hopefully we'll hear back from him. I just got notification today from DECD on the approval of the revised budget for National Welding. We're waiting on one more piece that I'm working with on the developer. So hopefully we'll have that completed and we'll get that project out and working and moving along. Beyond that, everybody, if you're driving, drive safely, because I know I am.
Yeah, thank
But that
you.
is all I have for tonight.
All right. We'll move on.
You're gonna sleep in your office, James. Who are
Yeah.
you kidding?
Don't I always?
That's what I was saying. Why be different?
We've got a little trundle that pulls out from under that desk.
Yep. That's why it's as
Um,
long as it is.
Council liaison committee reports. Counselor Nagel.
Oh.
3 minutes.
1 minute.
You're muted, Dave.
Dave, you're muted.
Yay.
There we go.
There you go.
Aging and Disabled Center met recently. They're working with a health district on a grant, which was mentioned previous meeting. There also another grant they're working on. I won't get into it. They're using their new system so they can hold meetings with Zoom at the facility. They've begun the process with the town in terms of replacing windows. This has been a long ongoing thing. So they've had one meeting for our architects. And okay, that's that. And then we move on to the library, which met last night. And the repairs that have been ongoing to the library have been completed due to rain and whatever. There's a book sale the Friends are having 14, 15, 16 of April. Donations are the 19th and 20th of March. If you have anything to leave off in terms of books. There's a bill going through the state having to do with e-books. Won't get into details, but it's trying to limit the cost of them. They're very expensive. The board is going through a draft design further on, a more realistic one to present to you in terms of what the library looks in terms of expansion and renovation. They're looking into a grant to help to pay for that along the line, a Connecticut Challenge grant, which I won't get into in any detail. And recently M&T Bank had an opening, which some of us on the council attended, as well as the library. And M&T Bank at that opening graciously gave the library a $3,000 donation. Done.
Great, thank you. And that was a really great event with M&T. That was a nice opening, and for them to present that check to the library was fabulous. We really appreciate that.
I'll just add one thing into Dave's report on the senior center. Those bids for the windows came in last Friday, and I know they've opened them. I don't have the details on it yet.
Okay. Next item is public participation. Any member of the public may raise their hand to speak. We have two on with us right now. We have Jacob Knowlton first.
Hey y'all, sorry, I know it's a late night, but I believe in y'all. You definitely can handle that information. So looking forward to what y'all are doing with it. And thank you for this time. I just want to validate concerns about crime on the Berlin Turnpike. And I know there's a stress to kind of handle it, but I also want to point out that there are other ways to handle it instead of just policing. And some viable options right now are great grant opportunities that are looking to connect communities that have barriers like the high-speed arterial, that is the Berlin Turnpike. I would point all y'all's attention to Weathersfield right now and their plans on activating the Silestine Highway because of speed issues and trying to breach that gap across the way. I know how many people use the Berlin Turnpike and how many people walk it. And I can definitely see it's a certain demographic. So trying to help them out a little might be nice instead of asking them to cross that every day. It's a bit stressful, especially as a driver and also as a community member who has friends across the way and would like to connect with them a little bit more. But some of these additional or alternative policing methods come from community itself. So looking to activate the space with infill and promoting development along the way that isn't so car centric, but more speed friendly and also more friendly to your community and your residents at hand that use this space. And I think there are a lot of grant opportunities available for that right now, as well as regional support. I think I've had conversations in Berlin and in Weathersfield that they're interested in kind of connecting those communities. And so I think it would be great if Newington can get on board with kind of helping slow those speeds and fighting crime in infrastructure ways as well. But that's about it. Check out those plans for the Silestine. I think they're really cool. And thank you all so much for your time. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Next, we have Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive, and saying this isn't my first rodeo with the budget, but it is hopefully maybe the last one where it lasts until 11:30 at night. Thank you, Councilor Bedrejko, for saying what you had to say about this agenda. This was quite a long meeting tonight, but that being said, my near and dear to my heart, the CIP budget, I tried to figure out what was proposed for the 2023-2024 in the 5-year plan and whether or not you were following along with what the 5-year plan was. I couldn't even get past the first 1 or 2 items because it's not in the same order that it was last year. So what I'm getting at is there any way that there's a listing of what the CIP that was adopted for 2022-23 is? I know that's on the website. And the proposed 23-24 under the 5-year plan is there. I would think that you'd want to see what was proposed last year and what's being proposed this year. And Councilor Collette few years back, asked to see what was on hand in these different itemized lines of, the budget of what they were going to use the monies for. For instance, parks, pools, and playgrounds is budgeted for $100,000. They'd like to see how much is in there now, but that's just something I'd like to see. I don't know that you'd like to see it. But the main reason I stayed up until this hour is to set the record straight. When I talked about the pools earlier this evening in the first public participation, I wasn't putting my support behind $4 million from ARPA or ARRA funds being used. I was asking for clarification. And whose call is it? Is it the Parks and Rec? Is it the Town Council? Is it the Building Committee's call? I know that the legislators can ask for the $5 million in bonding. It's also been stated that we need to put up 50% of that. 50% of $5 million is 2.5 to me, not 4 million. And the rest of the monies, are they trying to avoid going to a referendum? They're going to take it out of the CIP? I just don't get it. I want transparency. I want to see the Parks and Rec Board and the Town Council and whoever sit at the table together and talk about what they'd like. There's a big difference between wants and needs, and I'm not saying we don't need to have something done with both parks, but I think that the whole town has to know. You shouldn't have to go read the Parks and Rec minutes, which aren't verbatim, and you shouldn't have to search through the town website to try and find when it was last discussed at a town council meeting. It should be brought in front of this body and spoken to in front of the town of Newington. Whether or not 5 people listen or not, it still should be, in my opinion, brought to you. So once again, thank you very much, and I'm going to try and stick to it with the budget for this year, but I don't know. This one might push me over the edge. Take care. Be careful out there. It might be slippery at this hour. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Rose. All right, folks, that's no one else with their hands up. So remarks by counselors? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
Third, fourth.
Seconded by Counselor Annis. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? We stand adjourned at 11:30. 11:30. Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.